And then right there. The little, right there. Right here.
That's never how I've done it. All the time I've done it, well, I just close it out once it goes online.
Okay, and then if you want to make me host again, then I'll make you co-host. Okay. I just noticed it wasn't streaming.
Now I don't have my full waiting room either. And bring somebody in so we can get some work done. How about some of Sam's clients? None of those people are Sam's clients? All right, so Royce, who's your client?
I have 3 of them that are up today. I have.
We have wait lists right now.
Okay.
Say again.
All right. Sorry about that. I had to wrap up with Judge Walker.
All right, bear with me, Royce.
No problem.
Mr. King, on Sabuda, did you make contact or did?
I did make contact with the complaining witness based on my conversation with the complaining witness. At this time, we'd move to dismiss the case.
And Mr. Natman, I'm going to guess that works with you.
It does, Judge. No objection, of course.
And I do not see a bond in the file. So, Mr. Sabuda, I think our business is concluded.
Thank you very much, Judge.
You're welcome very much. Enjoy your day, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Sabuda, you still have an impeding traffic ticket from 2020 you owe money on. Can you get a payment plan started on that?
I paid it 2 weeks ago, actually.
All right, let's make sure we got a good phone number for you. 775 number, a good one?
Yes, sir. I believe I have the number at home for it, the receipt
That's
number.
all right. I'll have this confirmed, and if it shows that it's still unpaid, we'll reach out and find out what happened.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Your Honor, did we get a new date with Mr. Reed for his attorney, Mr. Mosaic?
February 23, 9/10.
I could have sworn I've never.
And Mr. King, I'm bringing Mr. Murray and Mr. Harrington in. Gentlemen, your appearances for the People versus James Harrington.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry King for the People, P78774.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jim Murray, P48047. I'm with Mr. Harrington.
And Mr. Murray, you said you sent something to the prosecutor's office and you're just waiting for a response. What was that? How'd that work?
I did. I sent a video clip as well as a detailed email regarding the incident itself and some information where the complainant had actually withdrawn her complaint in another court case in writing.
That's accurate, Your Honor. I received all of that information from Mr. Murray yesterday. That would need to be a sit-down conversation with supervision once that information is reviewed to determine how the people intend to move forward on the case. So I guess we just need a little more time.
February 9th, give you enough time, fellas?
Yes.
We'll make that work.
And how about 9:40 in the morning?
Perfect.
Bond is continued in the meantime. All right, anything else on that file, fellas?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, stay well.
You too.
Yeah, Mr. Nunley, let's back to you.
So I have 3. I have Bielski, Waitkiss, and Borden.
All right, Waitkiss is in the room right now, so let's talk about Mr. Waitkiss.
Okay. I believe this was scheduled for a final pretrial where the victim must appear.
Complaining witness has been subpoenaed, Your Honor, is the complaining witness present.
What's the name?
Our complaining witness's name is Miss Nicolette McClure or McClure.
Nobody in the waiting room with that name. There is one participant without a name. Let's find out who they are. Mr. Nunley, did you say Bilski was one of yours?
Yeah, they have Teresa on there, and also Borden, they have down that Jeff Bodich is his attorney, but Eric Borden is mine. He's 9:30.
All right, you can remind me of that when we find that body.
Okay.
All right. Alcatel, what's your name?
Joshua Stevenson with a V.
All right, Mr. Stevenson, we will relabel you and put you in the waiting room until we're ready for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, on Mr. Devon Watkiss, I think we should give our complaining witness a little bit of time to potentially log on. She has been subpoenaed. Could I request maybe 15 minutes from the court in the waiting room until she, to see if she appears?
Yeah, she was scheduled at 9:20.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
it's literally just ticked
Yep.
over to 9:20.
Yep, Mr. Wakus, I'm going to put you in the waiting room. We're going to deal with one of Mr. Nunley's other clients.
No problem.
Hang tight.
Yep.
I'm going to bring Bilski in.
Okay, doke.
Can you hear me?
Good morning, Mr. Bilski.
Morning.
Mr. Nunley, your appearance, please.
Royce Nunley on behalf of defendant. Date and time scheduled for a pretrial. My notes say that at the last one, I still didn't have the discovery. I've since received the discovery. Cannot seem to recall. Was this another where we set final pretrial where the victim must?
It was just adjourned for discovery, Mr.
Adjourned for
Nunley.
discovery, Mr. Nunley.
Okay. Well, we would ask the final pretrial where the victim must appear.
February 9 might be a little bit too tight for your subpoena, Mr. King. What do you think?
I agree, Your Honor, especially since we'll probably have a lot to issue after this case. If we could do the next date.
That would be the 23rd, Mr. Nunley.
Okay, February 23rd. I assume it would be in the morning. Right?
I think that the judge.
All right, Mr. Finn, we're out of the breakout room, Mr. Mohammed. So
You need to go
we'll talk
back
the
in,
judge
Mr.
in just a
Bowditch.
second.
You need
Beg your
another
pardon?
breakout? You need another breakout.
No, Your Honor, we're fine. We were just closing up.
Mr. Nunley, on Mr. Bielski, we can do 9:10 or we can get a little bit later in the morning.
9:10 is perfect.
That's fine.
All right.
9:10.
Mr. Bielski, your bond is continued. Any questions?
No.
Thank you. And Royce, what's your third file?
Well,
I'll see if they're here.
That date was the 23rd, right?
Yes, sir. February 23rd, 9:10.
So, all right, wait, Kiss Bielski, Borden. Eric Borden's scheduled at 9:30.
Don't have him in yet.
Okay.
All right, Mr.
Royce, I
Bowditch.
also had Mr. Borden.
Yeah. I think
You
I
can
missed
fight
one.
over him if he shows up, but if he don't show up, don't worry about it. Mr. Bowditch, what are we going to do on Mr. Mohammed's file?
Your Honor, Mr. Mohammed wishes a bench trial.
All right, Mr. Mohammed, can you hear me loud and clear, sir?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
All right, you've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bowditch, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
you
Yes,
under-
I have, Your Honor.
You understand the fact that you have a constitutional right to a jury trial?
I do, Your Honor.
And you understand the difference between a jury trial and a bench trial?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's get you a date for a bench trial. You're waiving the jury, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm waiving the jury trial. I want a bench
Okay.
trial.
Okay.
Judge, I was going to reach out to them for the bench trial. I don't know what they decided yesterday on the changes on the docket.
So bench trial date to be determined by the court. Court will notify
Correct.
the parties.
Correct. All right, so in the meantime, bond will be continued. Mr. Mohammed, the phone number we've got in the court file is an 858-8434. Is that a good number, sir?
No, sir.
New number.
734-695-1968.
All right, and you're still on Pinehurst?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you'll hear from the court regarding your bench trial date, and I'm sure you'll hear from Mr. Bowditch as well.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you.
We
Have a
do
good
have
day,
one of,
gentlemen.
we do have
You
one of
too.
Mr. Gonzalez's people in the waiting room, Carla Lamar.
All right.
Mr. Bowditch and Mr. Nunley, can I put you guys back in the waiting room for now?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm being pulled into Judge Bozzi's courtroom on another Zoom.
Good luck. Mr. Jadala, good morning.
Hello, Judge.
Your appearance for Carla Lamar, please.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P6-2186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Lamar. Your Honor, if I may speak with Ms. Lamar in a breakout room to communicate what me and Mr. King have discussed earlier this morning.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We have Rachel Herdman and her attorney.
Bring him in.
Well, he was in the waiting room. It looks like her attorney backed out. Do you want me to bring her in anyway?
Yeah, ask her if she know what happened to her attorney.
Miss Herdman? Miss Herdman? Good morning, Miss Herdman. Your attorney was in the waiting room, and he's gone now. Do you know why he left the waiting room?
No, I'm not sure why he would do that.
Do you have a phone number for him? You can call him real quick and tell him that we're going to bring you in now. So,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute you for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Paul,
Go
any
ahead and
idea who
call him.
Dwayne Johnson is?
He is the attorney on Stevenson, Joshua Stevenson.
Let's bring them both in then.
Mr. Stevenson is connected. Mr. Johnson is not yet.
Good morning, counsel. Your appearance for Joshua Stevenson.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Dwayne Johnson on behalf of Joshua Stevenson.
And Mr. Stevenson, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. And Mr. King, do you and Mr. Johnson have to have some conversation? Where are we at on this file?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. Again, I'm covering for Ms. Fortier. I don't know if Mr. Johnson and Ms. Fortier have spoken.
Your Honor, we have not spoken from the last court proceeding. You said if the complaining witness did not show up, that this matter would be dismissed. I don't know if she's here or not.
Well, I do have let me check to see if she was subpoenaed, because I do have a note here requesting a subpoena, but it looks like this does not have a note on it indicating that she was in fact subpoenaed. Let me just take a look.
Go ahead, take a look. Mr. Johnson, when was your last pretrial? Because I don't see any notes.
Yeah, let me check on that.
Yeah, take your time.
like it was,
This was at the, this was the court date when the felony count got dismissed.
right, the felony count got dismissed and you didn't dismiss the,
Right.
the misdemeanor. You said she would
Right.
have to show up for this hearing.
Yeah.
If she didn't show up.
And
it would be
those
dismissed.
notes I would have made would have been in the felony file. That's why I don't have them.
Right, absolutely.
Okay. And that would have been on November 19th, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right. You're right. Yeah, I do have November 19th. Yep.
That is correct. That is in accordance with my notes. Your Honor, I do believe the complaining witness was subpoenaed. I know she's been made aware of the court date. She's obviously not here. I would ask, the standard 15-minute time for her to be allowed, for her to give time to appear.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, what time was this one scheduled? Will I look for it, see if you can find it?
9:30, Your Honor.
Yeah, and it's 9:30 on the dot. So yeah, I'm okay giving her a few minutes.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Stevenson, you with us? You understand what's going on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to leave you where you're at and mute you. So hopefully I won't forget to check back in a couple of minutes. Mr. Stevenson, you're clogging up my screen, so I'm going to put you in the waiting room. And Mr. Jadala, are you ready on Lamar?
Yes, Judge, where you are.
All right. And Mr. Jadala, before we talk about Lamar, have you had conversation with Donovan? Do you know if he's out of custody or in?
Your Honor, I do not. Ever since that day that you called me and I was supposed to arraign him, but it didn't happen. I don't know what happened at your arraignment.
Okay. I'm gonna have Heather start trying to find out if he's in or out.
Thank you.
So give me just a second.
Absolutely.
All right. So as to Miss Lamar's file, where are we at on that one?
In respect to Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Lamar. Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. And Your Honor, for purposes of the pretrial, I have communicated the offer to Ms. Lamar that Mr. King was generous to offer us. At this time, she wishes to reject that, set this matter for a final pretrial in lieu of a jury trial, Judge. We just ask for discovery and all witnesses be made to appear at the final pretrial.
Mr. King, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Did we do one of those for you yet, Mr. Jadala?
February 23rd at 9:10.
It would make sense to do it at the same date. Heather will
Sounds good
probably give me a little pushback if I schedule another one at 9:10. So I'm going to set this one at 9:20. You know how that works. Ms. Lamar, get in early and we'll get you done early.
Okay.
So February 23rd, 9:20. And Mr. King, you're going to take care of discovery. And I made a note, complainant must appear. Bond will be continued. Anything else on Ms. Lamar's file, gentlemen?
Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further.
All right. Ms. Herdman, did you make contact with your attorney, ma'am?
He's in the waiting room, Judge. I'll bring him in
All
now.
right, that's Mr. Manuel?
Yes, sir.
Bring him in.
And then Mr. Jadala does have one more in the waiting room, Sebastian Porter.
Porter, all right.
Ms. Lamar, you're all set. You can hang up. You can leave the meeting.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Your appearance for Ms. Herdman, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mitchell Manuel on behalf of Ms. Herdman, who is also present via Zoom.
She is. And counsel, I don't know where you're at on this file. Do you need to have some conversation with the prosecutor?
I've been in need to have a conversation, plus I'm gonna need some more time for discovery purposes.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
Okay. Larry, it would probably make sense for him to get his discovery and just reach out to your counterpart, wouldn't it?
Yeah, now there is an offer Ms. Fortier has placed in the file, so I'll put that on the record for.
Go ahead.
Please do.
The offer will be to plea under 7694A, which is the Domestic Violence Conversion Program. As part of probation, the defendants to complete matters, counseling, complete a psychological evaluation, and follow all recommendations for treatment and aftercare, complete a substance abuse evaluation, and follow all recommendations for treatment or alcohol. No drugs or alcohol, random screening at the discretion of probation.
Perfect.
Mr. Manuel, I can give you a pretrial date for the 9th or the 23rd of February. Ms. Herdman, any preference one date over the other?
I can't do the 9th, so the 23rd would be best for me.
Ms. Herdman, 23rd? All right, let's do 9:20 in the morning if that works for you.
It does, Judge.
And I made a note, we're adjourning for discovery. Bond will be continued. Anything else, Counselor?
I have nothing further. Do you want me to reach out to you to get the police report, or are you going to send it to me?
I'm making notes in the file. I'm covering for my colleague, Ms. Fortier. Ms. Fortier will send it to you. I am making notes in the file, and I'll inform her that you need it.
Perfect. Thank you. See you guys.
Contact information all up to date in the bar directory?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
All right, have a nice day, Ms. Herdman. You as well, Counsel.
Thank you.
And Porter?
Porter. Judge, after Mr. Porter, we do have Mr. Borden in the waiting room, and that's the one where it's
Yep.
either Royce or
Yep.
Jeff.
Gotcha.
Before you start that, can I ask who is the witness, the name of the witness that we're waiting on?
That was on the Stevenson file, I think.
On the Stevenson file, we are awaiting a Miss Asia Wilson.
Okay, there's
On the Watkins file, which is Royce's case, which we're just about out of time on, we're awaiting Nicolette McClure.
okay.
Paul, I'm bringing that LG phone and find out who they are, see if it's one of our
There's
witnesses.
also a Cheyenne Smith that I don't see on the docket at all, so.
Let's bring her, and maybe it's not her, it's somebody else's phone.
Yeah.
Sorry for the background.
Paul, did you bring Porter in? Oh, he's in, yep. Cheyenne Smith, are you connected?
She's not.
He is still in jail. They're aware.
LG Stylo, who are you? Not connected. All right, let's talk about Mr. Porter's file, Counsel.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P62186. Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to have a phone conversation just about 5 minutes ago with Mr. Porter. I've relayed the offer by Mr. King. At this time, he does not wish to avail himself to that plea. We're just going to ask that this matter be set for a final pretrial on 2/23 to get discovery and make sure all witnesses appear, Judge.
All right, did I lose Mr. Porter?
Yeah, it looks like he checked out.
Okay. Let's give him a minute to check back in. Mr. Jadal, I've got an update on Donovan.
He's in jail. They are waiting for a camera.
Okay, he's in jail. They're waiting for a camera so they can connect. You know where, so I can watch for him.
Well, while we're waiting for Mr. Porter, does the court want it to the court give us a date?
On Porter? Yeah, we'll do it the 23rd at 9:20.
He's back in. I'll bring him back in.
Complainant must appear and a final discovery. Does that work?
Yes, Judge.
Yep, sounds great. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Counsel, let Mr. Porter know where we're at on that, if you would.
I'll call him right now, Judge, and I'll let him know.
Actually, he's in now, I think.
He's in. He's just not connected.
Paula, you can remove him and let Mr. Jadala call him.
Okay, thank you. Cheyenne Smith, what case are you here on, please?
I'm Brian Bostain. Do you have my paperwork?
I got him, Paul. We just need to relabel him.
Thank you. I got it. He's done. I'll put him back in the waiting room until we're ready for you, okay?
Is his
And
attorney
then
present?
LG Stylo 5, what case are you here on, please?
Stylo 5, you connected?
Okay.
Judge, I just wanted to let you know I did communicate with Mr. Porter. The February 23rd, 9:20 court date.
Awesome, thank you. All right, I think we've given enough time on the Waitkus file. Are we satisfied on that one, Mr. King?
He's being called by Judge Bazey.
Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, P78774.
Mr. Wakus, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
All right, just for the record, it is now
Your Honor, Ms. Farkas and I have been in communication about this case. I
9:39.
understand what we're doing today. I have no objection to her.
Complainant was directed to be in the waiting room by 9:15. Actually, it might have been earlier than that. No, 9:05. Should have been in by 9:05. All right, this case is dismissed without prejudice, sir. 90% of the bond will be returned to the poster. Mr. Jadala, anything else on this file?
Judge.
All right, Mr. Wakus, any questions?
That'll be mailed to me, or do I?
Judge, I'm sorry, Mr. Ninley is Mr. Waitkus's attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll
Okay,
bring him in
I just
real
had MIDC. Yes, it'll be mailed to the address on the bond receipt, Mr. Wakus.
All right, and that's it.
All right, Mr. Nunley, I just did all this with Mr. Jadala, so I'm going to bring you in up to speed. The victim, the complaining witness did not show up. She had over 30 minutes to appear in the Zoom room. She did not. This will be dismissed without prejudice, and 90% of the bond will be mailed back to the poster.
Okay.
And you're all set, Mr. Wakus? No questions from me or counsel?
Nope.
Have a nice day, sir.
Sorry about the interruption, Judge. We have Mr. Borden. That's the one that either Mr. Nunley or Mr. Bowditch are on.
Yeah, bring him in. Let's find out who he wants to talk to.
I just called him while I was in the waiting room to make sure that he was logging on, and he said that Jeff had called him yesterday, so apparently.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Borden.
Morning.
Mr. Borden, I think you've spoken to Mr. Nunley and Mr. Bowditch. I've got them both here today, so who do you want to proceed with?
It don't matter.
All right, who's got the most recent information from the prosecutor's office?
I mean, I got the discovery. I think I was here the last time for his hearing on November 19th, where we set it for a final pretrial where the victim must appear.
Is it one of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
It was. All right, so let's see who that person is. That would
Miss
be
Evans.
Selena Evans. What time was this scheduled, gentlemen?
9:30, Your Honor.
9:30. That means she was supposed to be joining us by 9:15. And let's give her another 3 minutes. If she doesn't show up, I'm going to dismiss the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Understood, Mr. Borden?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll put you back in the waiting room, sir.
Judge, if Jeff can take this one, I'm going to jump over in Judge Green's courtroom.
Done.
That's my
No
last.
problem.
Your Honor, I am back. I apologize for the delay on that. I did have to address the matter.
problem.
With, Judge Fossey.
No problem. On the Borden matter, I said I'd give another 3 minutes so that the complainant would have a full 30 minutes to contact us. So we're just watching the clock on that one.
I do have Brian Bostain and his attorney Matthew Carey in the waiting room.
This will be quick.
I'm sorry, what's the client's name?
Bostain, Bostain.
Thank you. All right,
And he's at 9:40.
got him. Good morning, counsel. Your appearance for Mr. Bostain?
Yes, good morning. Matthew Carey on behalf of Mr. Bostain, P81793.
Good morning, Mr. Bostain.
Good morning.
Mr.
Good
King.
morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, P78774. My colleagues and supervisors have had a chance to review the preliminary exam or the transcript from the hearing held in a different jurisdiction related to the same contact. And after discussing the matter with me, my colleagues, and my supervisors, the people moved to dismiss in the interest of justice.
All right, counsel, I'm assuming that's okay with the defense.
That is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bostian, don't object. It's going your way.
Okay.
All right, have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. We are here and ready to go.
All right, this matter was scheduled at 9:30. The
You want me to
victim
bring?
was supposed to be, pardon?
You want the defendant to come in?
Sure. All right, on Mr. Stevenson's file. Mr. Stevenson, are you connected?
Yes, sir.
All right. It has been more than 30 minutes since the complainants were supposed to be in our breakout room. They don't show. This matter will be dismissed without prejudice. I do not think there's a cash bond, so I think our business is done. Mr. Johnson?
That is correct. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Okay, everyone have a good
Thank you,
day.
Your Honor. Your Honor, we had a similar situation with a Mr. Watkins case. Was that handled while I was in another courtroom?
Yes. Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
Just wanted to update my notes.
Sure. Paul, I'm going to see if that LG got connected yet.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Dan. And Larry, I don't know if you got the word or not. You might have been tied up. Donovan is in custody. We're waiting for Division 1 to get a camera open.
I've kind of heard in passing that was happening.
Yep.
And who is Mr. Donovan's attorney? Is it Mr. Jadala?
Correct. On both files.
We need to find out who the official A-Whistle is too.
Yeah.
Who the what?
Official A-Whistle.
Oh.
Not to be confused with the unofficial A-Whistle.
Yeah.
LG Stylo 5, are you connected?
Yes,
What is your name, sir?
DeAndre Gillette.
Gillette with a G?
Yes, sir.
All right, scheduled at 10 o'clock. Paula, bring in Sharon Greer. That's a good fit. Good morning, Miss Greer.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your appearance for Mr. Gillette.
Sharon Greer appearing on behalf of Mr. Gillette, who is present on the Zoom as well.
And counsel, do you need to have any discussion with Mr. King or your client, or do you know what we're doing today?
With Mr. King, I wasn't expecting to see him, but I would like to talk with him.
Yeah,
Well, that's fine. Yes,
he's slumming today, Miss Greer. He's deigned to come down and work with the masses again.
All right.
I'm filling in for Miss Fortier, who had some family matters to attend to. So yeah, we can talk about the case.
We can put you in a breakout room with him.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right, Jeff, what are we doing on board? We just waiting for time to run?
You were waiting for 3 minutes on board.
Yep. Mr. Bowditch, you are muted. Mr. Borden, you're with us?
Yep.
Yes, Your
All
Honor, we
right.
were counting down from 3 minutes.
Yep, taking the last look at the waiting room. I don't think the deadline's been met. Case dismissed without prejudice, Mr. Borden. Mr. Bowditch, any objections?
No objections, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, it looks like the only other file we've got with Mr. Borden is waiting for a jury trial to be scheduled. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Borden.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Gillette's waiting for a breakout room to end.
Okay, I was just going to say that one is taking forever to bring in to join. And they're not connected. you want me to remove them and have them come back in?
Sure.
If they're not even trying to connect.
Jeff, looks like you got Shaw, Williams. Do you have phone numbers for any of them?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Williams does not have access to a computer, but I have him waiting on phone.
Is that Ralph Williams?
That's Ralph Williams, yes, Your Honor. He doesn't have
All right.
access to a computer, but we want to do it by phone if that's
Sure.
possible.
Is that phone number 313-879 number?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's call him.
I just talked to him a few moments ago.
All right. Do you need to talk to Mr. King, or you already know what the offer is?
I'm not sure what the offer is, Your Honor. He is requesting a trial, but I'm not sure what the offer is.
All right. Was this another one where the complainant was supposed to show up? Doesn't look like it.
No, Your Honor.
Are you Ralph Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, this is Brian Oakley from the 34th District Court. I have got you on my speakerphone.
Yes.
I've got Mr. Bowditch on the Zoom meeting, and Mr. King on the Ralph Williams. Mr. Williams, Mr. King is the prosecutor today. Mr. King, is there an offer on Ralph Williams' file?
Let me pull it.
Official Owizzle, what is your name?
Ralph Williams.
Are you the official Owizzle, Mr. Williams?
No, he's answering you from the phone.
All right, hold on,
He's-
Mr. Williams, just hold tight.
He's not connected, Judge.
Try a
I've
chat,
tried-
Paula.
I've tried it twice already.
Mr. King?
You don't hear me say this very often, Your Honor. There's no offer in this case.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Bowditch, you've already discussed with Mr. Williams about a trial, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, was the decision made as to what type of trial?
I believe Mr. Williams wants a jury trial, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, is that correct? You understand the difference between a bench and jury, sir?
Yes.
And what's your choice? Your choice.
Jury. No, I take the bench.
Understanding with a bench trial, I make all the decisions, the legal and factual.
Yes.
All right. Paula my secretary is going to reach out to Mr. Bowditch today and schedule that trial date. So you should hear probably from Mr. Bowditch today or tomorrow. We'll let you know what's going on.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm getting my cases crossed. This is on who?
This is on Ralph Williams.
Okay, thank you.
This will be a bench trial. Paula will contact the parties. Mr. Williams, any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
I'm sorry that I got a chat back from Mr. Awizzle, and he said, how do I start my audio? I can see, but I can't hear it.
All right. Let's find out who he is, too.
All right, I'll
just let him know that if he swipes left, they should probably connect to his audio. So if he could hear me, just swipe his phone left if he's using a phone.
Thank you, Mr. Jadala.
Mr. Bowditch.
Yes, Mr. King.
Going back to Mr. Williams' case. Going back to Mr. Williams' case, do you need discovery?
Yes, I believe I do in that matter.
Thank you.
Miss Greer, are you ready on Gillette?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
What are we going to do?
We are going to agree to a final pretrial for the complainant to appear. If she does not appear, then we know that we are heading toward a dismissal of this case.
Good date, February 9 or February 23, counsel?
Your Honor, you've been saying everything to date on the 23rd. Can we just keep it on that
Sure.
date, fill it up?
Sure. If it helps the prosecutor, Miss Greer, is that all right?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. How about 9:30 in the morning?
That's good. Thank you. That's
All
great.
right.
And I will have you
Mr. Gillette, you catching all this?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Have a
I
lovely
will
day.
call you. I will call Mr. Gillette. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome, counsel.
Mr. Jadala, I believe your instructions worked. He is unconnected. Can you tell me what your name is, please? Mr. Awizzle?
Ryan Shaw.
I'm sorry,
Ryan Shaw.
Ryan Shaw.
9:50. That's one of
Okay.
Mr. Bowdich's.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr.
Yes.
Shaw.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Shaw. Your Honor, initially, I was unable to contact Mr. Shaw because the number that was listed is not in service. So I'm probably going to need a breakout room.
Okay. Mr. Shaw, let's confirm your phone number, sir. I've got a phone number 686-7555.
Yeah, that was prior to me being arrested. I was in jail, incarcerated for over 30 days, and that number ended up getting disconnected.
Let me have a good number, please.
Right now I have 1 second. (248) 720 7868.
Thank you, sir. We're going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Bowditch so you can have a private conversation, sir.
Okay, what did you?
Okay, they're in.
And Larry, it looks like we hit a holding pattern.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hear you guys again.
Mr. Shaw, we're putting you in a breakout room.
Okay.
I put him in there. I don't know why he didn't go in.
Still not in.
Hang on.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
go in to get coffee. I'll be right back.
Have fun.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. I don't know why he didn't go in. I tried twice. It shows his name, but it shows he didn't go in. Okay. Fine.
Paula?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you in there, Jeff. Judge, oh, he finally went in. I had a heck of a time connecting him too, so. Mr. Shaw, for some reason, your phone is not going into the breakout room. I'm going to bring Mr. Bowditch out and explain to him what is going on. And then I will call my IT guy. Hey, Jeff,
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening, but I have tried 5 times to put Mr. Shaw into a breakout room with you. Once his phone just checked out completely, he called back. And it's gone again completely.
We were hooked up for the last couple seconds, Paula.
I don't know what's going on here. I've tried several times.
But for the last couple seconds, we were
Okay.
hooked up.
He's back. Let me try one more time.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Bowditch and Mr. Shaw just need to speak on the phone. It seems like we have technical difficulties with Zoom this morning.
I had a heck of a time getting
I
Mr.
see you.
Shaw connected.
It seems like he might have a weak connection or a technical problem, but hey, maybe they're going, maybe they're working. I don't know.
He may have just gone in, or he may have just disappeared again.
I need to jump into Judge Cox's courtroom here.
All right, I'll let Judge know. Thank
No,
you.
I'm just gonna bounce. I'm just gonna bounce.
Okay.
I zooming, just so you know, if I start looking like this and talking to somebody else,
Yeah. The chats have been nice too, then I can let Judge know and he doesn't interrupt. And I think your instructions worked, Mr. Jadala, because he did bring himself in, but I don't know what happened. I think he's.
Sorry, were you guys calling me?
Oh, I just said, I think your instructions worked, Mr. Jadala, because he was able to come in, but I couldn't get him into a breakout room. He's in there now. So.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, see you. Paul, any idea who Gatewood is? Let's find out. Taryn Gatewood?
Yeah, can you hear me? I don't
I
know if my
can.
audio is messed
Miss
up.
Gatewood, are you scheduled with a case today? Are you a witness on a case? What are you zooming in for?
I have a court hearing for Jordan Young. I'm supposed to talk to the prosecutor about it.
All right, Mr. Young is scheduled. Mr. Young is scheduled at 10:20. All right, Miss Gatewood, we're going to put you in the waiting room. Actually, we're going to mute you, and as soon as we can, we'll put you in a breakout room with the prosecutor.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
He's on with Judge Cox.
Okay.
I am back. I'm sorry. I was on the record with Judge Cox.
You're fine. That's fine. I was able to tell the judge. Larry, we do have Taryn Gatewood.
And now I have you muted. Now I can hear you.
Okay. We do have Taryn Gatewood, judge. She's a victim on Young. And she said she was supposed to speak with the prosecutor. Will you want me to put you into a breakout room with her?
That's fine. That's fine, Paul. I have the file right here.
Okay. Hey, Sam, I've got one of your clients, Nicholas Veracruzzi, in the waiting room. You're muted. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't get to talk to Larry about that one yet for an offer, but you could bring him in and maybe Larry could put it on the record and I'll talk to him in the breakout room.
Larry is in a breakout room right now with our victim on one of the cases. So I'll just wait till he comes back in, then I'll put the two of you in a breakout room. Or
sounds good.
Let him put it on record and I'll put you and your client in a breakout room.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to bring this other person in, find out who it is. Good morning. Amanda?
Good morning.
Can you give me your full name, please?
Amanda McInhill.
And what are you here for?
I'm the victim of domestic violence.
On which case, please?
Richard Cutts. I have the case number.
Okay, I've got, can I get your name again? McInhill, can you spell that?
Yes, MC capital ENHILL.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to rename you here so that we do know that. And then I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a little bit until we can get you to a prosecutor, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hang on.
Thank you for the breakout room, Your Honor. Who is the defense attorney on Mr. Young?
Larry, you and I got to talk about Mr. Shaw.
All right, do you have Mr. Young as well?
No, sir.
Okay, wonderful.
That might be the local House Counsel. That'd be Mr. Jadala.
Mr. Young has not requested court-appointed attorney yet, gentlemen.
Oh, all right.
Paula, do you think you could put Mr. Bowditch and I in a room so we can talk about Mr. Shaw?
Okay, hang on
Thanks.
just a minute. Mr. Young, just hang on there. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for a few
I'll leave him
minutes.
there so I can talk to him.
Okay.
Mr. Young, are you prepared to go forward today without benefit of an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. King, what's going on with Mr. Young's file? What's the offer, if any?
All right, Mr. Young's file, if he's willing to plead guilty to domestic violence, the people would have that diverted under 7694A to keep it off of his criminal record, so long as he is able or is willing to complete a batterer's counseling program and do 12 months of probation. Again, with 7694A,
Right.
this is more for Mr. Young's benefit than for yours. With 7694A, it would be as though the file was dismissed after the term of probation, so long as the probation was successful. We would request, as part of the probation, there be no assaultive contact with the victim, Ms. Gatewood.
All right, Mr. Young, you understand the offer that's been made by the prosecutor. Mr. King, you can go on your breakout with Mr. Bowditch now. Mr. Young, do you understand that offer, sir?
What was the offer? Can you say that again?
Sure. Miss Gatewood, was that you speaking? Who just-
No, I wasn't saying anything.
All right, who just asked me what the offer was besides you, Mr. Young? I heard a female voice.
My mother.
Oh, hi, Mom. Yeah, Mr. Young, if you plead guilty to the charge, the prosecutor is recommending a delayed sentence. What that means is that I'll still have you under my thumb for 12 months. For 12 months, you don't have any further problems with the complainant in this matter. You do a anger or batterers counseling session. You pay whatever court costs I assess. Basically, you stay out of trouble and do what I tell you to do. At the end of 12 months, if there've been no problems, then this matter would be dismissed. It would not stay on your record as a criminal conviction. You understand that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Why don't we do this? I'm going to put you and your mom back in the waiting room. You can have some conversation. I'm going to try to take care of some other business, give you a chance to think about that.
Okay.
Probably, Paul, I'll put Mr. Young in a waiting room and I'll bring the jail in. Mr. Jadala, are you there? Good morning, Division 1.
We have Division 3, Your Honor.
Oh, Division 3. Who do you have for us?
We have defendant Jerry Lyons. He was scheduled for 10:30.
Okay.
He has a scheduled pretrial, Your Honor.
All right. We're ready for Mr. Lyons, I think.
That's Mr. Jadala's client too.
Mr. Jadala, your appearance for Mr. Lyons, please.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Lyons. Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we're going to waive formal reading. Instead, I believe this is a pretrial, Judge, for Mr. Lyons.
Correct.
Your Honor, I believe that I have another matter, a domestic violence matter that's currently scheduled for a jury trial for Mr. Lyons. I just want to make sure I am correct.
Let me check that. Yeah, let me check that. Let's see. We've got a disorderly person scheduled for a pretrial. We got a disorderly person probation file. And we have a domestic violence waiting for a jury trial, correct? Do you need a breakout room with gentlemen?
I can have a brief one, yes.
Yep. Paula, please.
Any little thing could trigger your ass and you slap.
Mr. Young, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready to talk, or you need some more time?
I need some more time. Give me like 5 more.
Sure, put you back in the breakout.
I'm going to find out who that moto is. The Amanda is the CV on Nicholas Veracruz. So,
And
you're muted, Judge. I didn't hear you. I'll send a chat.
no, we got it.
he's-
Hello, Moto. Muted. Muted.
Am I still muted?
Nope. What's your name?
Jared Zupancic.
Last name spelled how?
Zupancic.
Thank you. We
You're
will
welcome.
relabel you and put you back in the waiting room until your attorney's ready for you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jadala,
Yes, Judge.
what do we got?
Your Honor, at this time, respectfully, we're going to ask if we can set both matters, the one that's scheduled for a jury trial and this matter for a final pretrial pending a jury trial, just to make sure that we have all the discovery and requiring witnesses to appear, Judge.
Are the witnesses the same in the two cases, if you know?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Let's go with the 23rd date.
Sounds good. Are we at 9:30 now, Judge, for the 23rd?
We are keeping track. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. I think we can let Mr. Lyons go, and we'll just bring Mr. King up to speed on these when we get him back online.
Judge,
Absolutely. Mr. Lyons, we're going to do both your cases on that day for final pretrials, okay?
Hang on just a minute, Sam. Judge, since he's incarcerated, don't we have to make it a little later for when the jails come in?
Actually, that's in flux right now. It might be earlier than that. We may be doing jails at 8:30, so we might just.
Okay.
Mr. Lyons, currently our time slot for the jail is supposed to be 11 o'clock. We're scheduling this at 9:30 with the understanding it might change. So there might be some confusion on the 23rd. I just want to warn you.
All right.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lyons. Be safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a blessed day and you be safe.
You too. Paul, remind me to tell Larry about those.
I'm back.
He's coming back in right now.
All right, Larry.
Judge.
Jerry Lyons. We've currently got a file in the pile waiting for a trial date. Case number 20-1645. Today's file is 21-716. Both domestic violence, same complaining witnesses. Mr. Jadala made a good suggestion. Let's set them both for the final pretrial with complainants needing to be present on the 23rd of February.
Bear with me. I don't know how much Your Honor remembers or Mr. Jadala remembers on this. Mr. Lyons had a previous case that was scheduled for a bench trial, and the complainant did not appear, and that was dismissed, and then subsequently picked up these new charges related to the same complainant a couple of times. I recently, after speaking with the complainant, reissued that previously dismissed file. I don't know if that's been.
So does that mean that you think there's 3 coming down the pike then?
Yes.
When did you reissue the first one?
Oh, it's only been a few weeks, Your Honor. It's
you know what?
probably still awaiting typing.
All right.
I don't know if the court's even gotten the warrant.
If you can try to fast track that, let's see if we can't get all 3 of them scheduled for the 23rd. And if you can't get the first one through the process quick enough, then we'll adjourn the 2 that we scheduled for the 23rd, and we'll bump them all into March sometime. So, I mean, let's just get all these wrapped up so we're having one date with them.
I agree. And if I could just I have discovery for only one of them. So not this new one and not the first one that you reissued. The one that I have discovery for is the 201645. So I'd need discovery on the other two files.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. King.
When
Yeah,
are we
thanks for
getting our
that
next date, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, say it again.
When is our next date?
That was February 23rd, 9:30 in the morning. And thanks for the info about the dismissal one. I was not aware of that. Where are we at? Are we ready on Shaw, Mr. Bowditch? Is that the one you're working on?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
All right. What are we doing on Mr. Shaw's file?
Your Honor, Mr. Shaw has pending charges downtown, somewhat serious charges.
Okay.
And Mr. King and I both agree it would probably be in Mr. Shaw's best interest to adjourn this until after the matters are addressed downtown. They could have a direct bearing on this case. His next hearing downtown is in April. So
holy cow.
Yeah, he has pending a capital case, Your Honor.
Yep.
And that case is scheduled for a final pretrial with Judge Bazzi on April the 2nd. I am uncomfortable making any offers in an assaultive case,
Understood.
even if it is a misdemeanor at this time. So I'd like to see what happens with his case downtown.
All right, Mr. Shaw, what I'll do then is I'll just make a note in the file. We'll schedule you for a pretrial on this file sometime after April 2nd, and we'll just mail you a notice. Understood? Hello?
Mr. Shaw?
Okay. Yes, I hear you.
All right.
Hello?
Any questions, Mr. Shaw?
Hello? Yeah, I had a question. When I was released on tether, I was told not to make contact on my case.
Okay.
She's told me that
you're cutting in and out,
she
Mr.
told
Shaw.
me. Hello?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, could the court check the file and see if the no contact was changed to no assaultive contact? That's
I'm
his
looking.
question.
There's been no bond change. I'm looking for the original terms of bond.
I did pay the $250 bond. I just I didn't get released right away.
And Your Honor, I did check the register of actions and I did not see any modification to the original no contact order.
I'm looking for the original no contact order. I'm having trouble finding that.
Your Honor, I did notate that in the register of actions, it appears that on 10/21/20 at arraignment, he was issued a $2,500 10% bond with a no contact provision.
I just found it after I got all these papers unstapled on top of it. I was able to find it. So yeah, it's still a no contact, Mr. Bowditch.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Shaw, after we're done here, I'm going to call you and you and I'll talk.
Okay, could I say one thing though?
Oh, of course.
Yes. What if they're told to call, like, how would that person go about lifting the no contact order? Because
Mr. Bowditch can explain that to you.
Okay.
There's a process. There's a process we can go through.
Okay.
All right.
You and I should probably talk about that privately, Mr. Shaw. I'm going to call you in about half an hour or so when I'm done with the docket.
Okay.
All right.
Good luck, Mr. Shaw.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Bowditch.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Did you want me to bring Mr. Young in and see if he's ready?
Yeah, I'm having trouble keeping that was Mr. Jadala, wasn't it?
No,
that's
he's
kid
the
with no
one.
attorney.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's talking to his
Briefly, and
mom.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr.
Go ahead.
Bowditch, do you need discovery on Mr. Shaw?
Hello?
Yes.
Mr. Young, give me just a minute. Mr.
Okay.
Bowditch, yes, you want discovery on Shaw, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Young, have you made a decision or do you have other questions?
Okay, so about the probation stuff, what do I have to do during the probation?
It's not technically probation. I just have to tell you that you're still under the jurisdiction of the court. So the prosecutor's deal that they offered is it would be a delayed sentence. As part of that, there's no more problems between you and the complainant on this file. You'll do a domestic violence anger management program, successfully complete that. And then standard with a delayed sentence is you don't pick up any new charges.
Okay.
So if you get a speeding ticket next month, I'm not going to bust your chops about that. But if you pick up another misdemeanor or a felony, then that could be a violation. If you violate the terms of the delayed sentence, then this domestic violence charge is going to stay on your record as a permanent criminal conviction, and you could face increased penalties. So for example, now I'm talking about giving you some court costs. You screw this up real bad, I might talk about jail time. Understood?
Okay. Okay, so doing 12 months of like an anger management class.
Yeah, currently we're using a 26-week program.
Okay.
We've talked about looking at one that's a 12-week, but my probation department hasn't really made a decision on that one yet.
Okay.
So at worst, it's 26 weeks. It might be shorter.
Okay.
The big thing is no more problems between you and the young lady.
Would this be via Zoom?
At least initially they will be. At some point, hopefully the world gets back to reality and we can actually do things like that in person.
Okay.
And will this cut into his, because he's going back to school soon.
Yeah, I'm going back to school.
Will this cut into him going back to school?
If at any point, I mean, I'm a pretty big proponent of education. So if at any point our classes that we've got him going to are preventing him from doing the course of study he's in, we're gonna have a conversation to find other options.
Okay, because he's on the basketball team and he has practice and classes as well. So
yeah, I can make this promise. I'm going to look at all the options available to us before I make him choose to comply with my orders or play basketball. That's not where I'm headed.
Okay. So I
just take the plea for
probation.
probation.
Can I take I'll take the probation stuff for 12 months.
All right. So let me ask you some questions, Mr. Young. On December 27, 2020, tell me what happened in Van Buren Township between yourself and Miss Gatewood that makes you think you're guilty of this charge. Did you lay your hands on her without her permission?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I need to hear to accept a plea to domestic violence, sir.
People are satisfied.
Thank you, Mr. King. And Mr. Young, where you go to school, sir?
Oakland Community College.
Okay. And what course of study are you involved in?
Elaborate on that? Like, what do you?
What's your major?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing physical training and physical therapy.
Okay. How far into you? First year, second year, what?
My first year. I'm a freshman.
Okay. And how's it going? Other than COVID, how's it going?
It's going well so far, but our season might get canceled.
Yeah, sucks. Tough on all you kids.
Yeah.
And Mr. King, any prior criminal for Mr. Young? I've got a CCH here.
Let me just double check.
I've got a CCH. It looks like he had a larceny in a building from 2017.
That wasn't even supposed to show up on his record at all.
Well, don't forget, we get a record that the whole world doesn't get to see. Does show it was juvenile adjudication. Okay.
Yeah, I see a lot of things dismissed related to that.
It looks like he didn't do well at Eastern.
All right. He just basically took the rap for everybody else.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a juvenile history, no adult history, no assaultive history.
All right. Mr. Young, I'm going to give you some advice you didn't ask for. Start hanging out with better people or get smarter about taking the heat.
I do. I haven't been dealing with people. I've been by myself, my own circle.
All right. Are you working or are you just going to school and playing basketball?
I'm about to get a job soon at Kroger. And I'm about to try to manage that with school and practice and stuff.
Good. Mr. King, other than the batter's counseling and the no assaultive contact, was there anything else?
You know, Your Honor, the batter's counseling is my main concern in this case. I believe the court is understanding where we're going with this. The goal is to get him some help and prevent this from happening in the future.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Young, anything else you want me to know before I set the terms of your sentence?
No, sir.
Are you still on Medford Street?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a phone number for you?
It's Medford Drive, but you said, can you have a phone number for me?
Please.
989-355-5942.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to put you on a 12-month delayed sentence. Like I said, no new criminal offenses. Stay out of trouble. 26 weeks batters counseling and no assaultive contact with Miss Gatewood. So, you know, you guys want to have coffee together, that's fine. Things blow up and go south and you put your hands on her again, that's a problem.
Okay.
Can she keep her hands to herself as well?
Well, Mom, I don't have any hammer on her right now, but anybody that puts their hands on Mr. Young without his permission off the basketball court would be an assaultive crime.
All right.
So if Miss Gatewood gets physical, then Mr. Young, I would encourage you to contact the police department and use the system.
All right.
All right. Any questions?
No.
Court costs on this file are assessed in the amount of $350. I can give you a due date or I can set you up with a monthly payment plan. Your call.
Okay. Should I do a payment plan?
You gonna pay it? Cause I ain't paying that shit.
I do a payment plan.
All right. How much can you pay every month and when can you start?
I'm gonna see. Can I get back to you on that? Because depending on how this job come out.
I gotta set something up now. Are you sure you can do at least $50 a month?
Yeah.
All right. And I'm going to give you, let's see, today is the 28th. I'll give you until February 26th to make the first one.
Okay.
All right. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you. Good luck with basketball.
All right, thank you. I can leave now?
You can leave. You'll hear from our probation department.
All right.
Jeff, you got anybody ready?
Miss Gatewood, you can leave too. She was the CV on that case.
Okay.
Larry, I do have Amanda McInhill. I forgot which case she's on. She's a CV on, I believe, Veracruz. Veracruz-y.
Johanna McGard is the complainant on Veracruz-y.
Who did you say you had, Paula?
Amanda McInhill. Maybe it was on cuts. He's not checked in yet, but.
Checking all of my files. Bear with me.
Jeff, you got one?
I have a trial at 11 o'clock, Your Honor, with Mr.
Name?
Leducer. Jimmy Leducer.
He's not in yet.
Um,
I'm bringing Veracruz-y in.
Okay, he's Sam's client, and so is Zupancic.
All right. Mr. Jadala. Paula, did you bring McInhill in?
I'm here.
Ms. McInhill, what file are you on?
What file am I on?
She's the complaining witness on Mr. Cutts, Your Honor.
All right, and we don't have Mr. Cutts yet, so we'll put her back in the waiting room. Mr. Jadala, are you there?
He stepped away for just a moment. He said he'd be right back.
Is Lazar on the docket, Paula?
Is the attorney for Adkins at 10:30. Adkins isn't in yet. You want me to bring him in, see if he's with this attorney?
Just did.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Lazar. You are muted.
Good morning.
Counsel, do you happen to have Mr. Adkins with you, or are we waiting for him to join us?
He should be on. I just talked to him, actually.
If he's on the wrong Zoom meeting.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Happens all the time.
All right, let me call him. Give me 2 seconds.
Yep. I'll just mute you.
I'm back, Judge. I'm sorry.
I let him know you were going to take for a minute.
Counsel, your appearance for Nicholas Veracruz.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Veracruz. Your Honor, I need to speak with the prosecutor briefly in the breakout room.
All righty, Paula. Mr. Lazar, I've got Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Your appearance for Mr. Oh, he's not connected yet. He's trying to get connected.
Here we go. How's
All
that?
right, counsel, your appearance for Mr. Atkins, please.
Terry Lazar, on behalf of Mr. Atkins, P49113. I consent to this meeting by Zoom.
Thank you. Counsel, do you need to have some conversation with the prosecutor on this file, or do you know what we're going to do?
I do need to have to speak to the prosecutor.
All right, we just put him in a breakout room with another attorney. So Mr. Atkins, we'll put you in the waiting room and we'll put your attorney in a breakout when we can.
No problem.
We have the jail back on.
Bring him in. Let's see if that's Donovan.
Good morning, Wayne County.
Good morning. This is Corporal Gregory. How are you?
Good, thank you. Is
Good.
this Mr. Donovan?
Mr. Donovan, first of Jerry. That is correct.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm going to mute now until you're ready.
Hold on just a minute, counsel or deputy. Hey,
yes,
Mr. Jadala, are you ready for a breakout room with Mr. Donovan?
I am. I've already talked to Mr. King about the offer. Yes, I am.
All right. Deputy, we're going to put Mr. Donovan in a breakout room with his attorney while we've got you live.
Absolutely. I'm going to step out so they can have that privilege and that attorney client, and I will leave it unmuted for him.
Thank you, Corporal.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Pardon, Judge?
Paula, put Mr. Jadala and the jail Zoom in a breakout, and then put Mr. King and Mr. Lazar in another one.
Okay, so once you're done speaking with counsel, just tap that. When it turns red, then.
And then
Calling for Richard Cutts.
This is me.
Mr. Cutts, you've got 2 minutes to get in my Zoom waiting room at the 34th
I've
District
been trying
Court.
to get in the Zoom waiting room. They've been sending me to the YouTube link. I just got the Zoom number from the court I'm on right now.
You're not in my waiting room.
Brian Oakley, personal waiting room.
Yeah, you didn't come in with your name then. Are you K51?
Yes, I'm K51.
Okay. Paula?
I'm correcting it. I had to bring him in to do it, but I'm going to correct that. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a few. I had to rename you, Mr. Cutts. Hang on. There. That Shelley Kent Tanner is Mr. Duncan's client for the bench trial.
Hi, Paula.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. Lazar, who has disappeared, wanted to have you and I and him have a sidebar. He's requesting a Cobb's evaluation on Atkins. So I
Would
think
you like me to put you into the waiting room, Judge?
No. Does he have priors?
that would be why it's not a 769 offer. Yes. I don't think I should talk to you really without Mr. Lazar, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if we want to pop all together into the breakout, I think that works best.
Is Mr. Adkins in that breakout, Paula? If not, put me and Mr. King in it.
He's not, Judge, so I will. Did you let your client know how to get out of the breakout room?
I did. The deputy also gave him a little tutorial, so I hope he listened.
Okay.
I told him to press leave and leave breakout room, and you'll be back in the main courtroom. So I hope he's
still in there.
Let me see if I can go back in there and tell him again.
Okay. Do you want me to put you in? It'll take about 5 seconds, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. You're back where you need to be.
Okay.
We just need my
I
client.
just brought him out, Sam.
Thank you.
Counsel, are you ready on Donovan?
Yes, Judge.
What's your pleasure?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Donovan on both files. Your Honor, earlier, me and the prosecutor had a conversation whereby if Mr. Donovan would plead to one count, he dismissed the second count. After speaking with Mr. Donovan and explaining to him his rights, Your Honor, Mr. Donovan would like to avail himself to the plea and respectfully request if this court would consider immediate sentencing.
Okay. Does anybody have any preference to which one gets the plea and which one gets dismissed?
No preference from the people, Your Honor. However, the people would object to immediate sentencing under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. You do need to notify the complaining witness and allow.
Yeah, that's right. We don't have the complainant with us today.
And allow
Understood,
her
Judge.
the
And then,
opportunity to speak.
and the alternative, we just asked to speak to bond after the plea is taken, Judge.
All right. Mr. Donovan, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Jadala today?
Yes, I do.
You understand that domestic violence is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, you're prepared to plead guilty to one count today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll dismiss the 2020 count upon a successful plea to the 2021 count. So on January 21, 21, tell me what happened in Belleville that makes you think you're guilty of domestic violence. Did you put your hands on Chelsea Roberts without her permission?
I went to her address to pick up my tools, and I restrained her from coming at me. Yes, I did.
So it's a self-defense plea.
Sir, the question he asked you is, did you put your hands?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Not have your permission to do that, correct?
I did not.
And this was not a self-defense. It was something that you did, correct?
This is true. This is correct.
Mr. King
said he would take a cab's plea. That doesn't necessarily mean.
Mr. King, are you satisfied?
I'm thinking. I worry, I never want to see a defendant plead guilty to something he's not guilty of. And his previous alluding to a self-defense claim bothers me.
Let's try this.
I don't believe he was alluding to a self-defense. He was just trying to describe why he was at the premises. And he understands that there was an order where he shouldn't have been at the premises to begin with, because there was already a no contact order. So, Your Honor, I don't believe that he is trying to make a self-defense claim. Your Honor, I just let the court know why he was there, even though it was improper and he shouldn't have been there to begin with because of the prior matter. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
All right, I had to mute the jail. It's too loud. Mr. King?
Yeah, the people are satisfied with the plea.
Okay. All right. Mr. Donovan, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Maybe up by his forehead. There we go.
Great. Okay. I'm going to leave you muted because there's too much background noise from the jail. I have accepted your plea to the 2021 charge. I've dismissed the 2020 charge. I'm going to let Mr. Jadala now make a bond argument. If you need to interject something, just wave your hand like you're sitting in a classroom. I'll unmute you when it's time for you to talk. Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, Mr. Donovan at this point has been incarcerated now for the last 11 days. We're going to respectfully request if this court would consider a personal bond in this matter pending sentencing. And when and Your Honor, in the alternative, we'd ask for an immediate sentence date if this court would not consider a personal bond.
All right. Mr. King, Mr. King, before you weigh in, and I'll give you a chance, Mr. King. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I arraigned Mr. Donovan on the 2020 matter on December 21st. On January 21st, exactly 1 month later, he violated not one, but two of my orders from the bond on the first file. That's why he's at where he's at. I am not going to do a personal bond without a GPS tether. I would be willing to do a GPS tether personal bond. I think Mr. Donovan probably understands what I mean when I say no contact at all without the police to go with you. I think I probably have his attention after the weekend he spent. So I'm inclined to do a personal with a GPS tether. Mr. King, now I'll give you a chance.
And no objection to that, Judge.
And Your Honor has already expressed my concerns, which were the previous violations. Hopefully a GPS tether will prevent any further violations if the court is willing to do so.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Donovan, you understand my new bond? Thumbs up? Okay. All right. So basically it's the same as the old bond. Don't go back to that address on Loza Lane. Don't have any contact with the lady. If you need to go back to Loza Lane, you can only do that if you set it up with the Belleville PD. Personal bond with a GPS tether so we know where you're at. I'll make sure it's not a curfew tether. It's just a location tether. Understood. All right. You'll be hearing from my probation department. They'll contact you. They'll do an interview with you. Mr. Jadala and I will both have a chance to look at a report. Then we'll have a sit down and we'll discuss the sentencing before I set terms. Understood? Thumbs up if you understand. Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Mr. Jadala, anything else to accomplish today?
Not, Judge. Is there a sentencing date or anything to be scheduled?
We'll contact.
Sounds good.
Yep. All right, Paula, you can let the jail out.
And Your Honor, if I could just have a breakout room with Mr. Veracruz.
Paula?
Okay, and Mr. Lazar's client is in the waiting room.
Bring him in. Mr. Lazar, your appearance for Mr. Adkins, please.
Gary Lazar on behalf of Justin Atkins, P 49113.
All right, counsel, I understand we've got a plea. Would you like to explain the terms to your client?
Yes, I had asked for a Cobb plea to 6 months probation and no daily testing.
All right, and Mr. Atkins, what that means is I'm in agreement with that. And if something I learned between now and sentencing changes my mind, I'll give you and Mr. Lazar a chance to discuss this and ultimately withdraw the plea that you're about to enter. So we're back to where we were right now. You understand that?
Yes.
Mr. Lazar, is that a pretty apt description?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then Mr. Atkins, you understand your rights and options, correct?
I do.
You understand the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes.
All right, counsel, I'm going to let you do the voir dire, see if you can give me a factual basis.
Oh boy, I don't have
November 3rd was the date, counsel.
On November 3rd in the city of Romulus, was there an unwanted touching between you and your wife that you committed? Did you throw water on her?
Yes, I did.
And that was not with her permission?
Correct. That was the unwanted touching. I threw water at her.
Mr. Lazar, are you satisfied?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. King, you satisfied?
Yep.
All right, so am I. Mr. Atkins, I'll accept your plea. You're going to hear from my probation department. 897-6082 number, good one?
Yep. I have lots of other things to cover with you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Atkins, is that phone number correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What was the number again?
897-6082.
Correct, 248.
Okay. All right. You'll hear from my probation department. They'll schedule a Zoom interview with you. Based on that interview, they're going to put together a report and recommendation for sentencing. Mr. Lazar will get a report. You and Mr. Lazar will have a chance to talk about it, and then we'll all meet for a sentencing date. Counsel, what else you got?
Okay, so my client has been on a tether for 83 days. He also, his wife put a PPO in place. He decided not to fight it since he had a no contact anyways. So
Right.
he has a PPO in place. He hasn't been within 40 miles of the house since the incident. The tether is creating lots of problems. He works like 60 hours a week. He has to get up an hour early to charge it up. It will be a felony if he goes anywhere near her because of the PPO that's in place. So
Gotcha.
I would
Mr.
ask,
Atkins, hold on, counsel. Where are you working, Mr. Atkins?
I am a contractor. I own my own business for Roman Wright. I'm a contractor for Marsh Collision in Livonia.
Okay, good. All right. Mr. King, any objections to losing the tether?
Yeah, Your Honor, people would object to the removal of the GPS tether. Your Honor, you're aware of the dynamics that are present in these domestic violence cases. You're also aware of the defendant's assaultive history, albeit a very old assaultive history. The people would object to the removal of the tether in this case. There has been no contact, which I think is indicative of the fact that the tether is working. He is set for sentencing. That date is to be determined. I know the court can readdress any GPS conditions at that time, but I want to make sure that he shows up for sentencing and doesn't do anything between now and then.
Your Honor, I think he's shown that he's not going to violate anything, that he's going to be where he says he will be. He hired me. I've known his family for years. I can vouch for the fact that he has not been in any trouble for many, many, many years. like I said, not even a traffic ticket. So I would ask that you take him off the tether. Not only that, I'm having some other problems. One of them I want you to know about, especially after hearing the conditions of your last tether with the last gentleman. The people at the tether company are almost impossible to reach. I probably called 30 times over the course of a couple weeks to finally reach someone there. And the person that I could finally reach was like very uncooperative. And you had told my client the same thing you told the other client. There was no curfew involved. So I asked this gentleman, I said, is there a curfew involved? Why did you tell my client there was a curfew involved when the judge said there wasn't? And he said, oh, we tell that to all of them. We just figure they get in trouble at night, so we tell them they have a curfew. I said, you can't tell them they have a curfew if that's not what the judge ordered. And he said, well, that's what we tell them. I mean, we're obviously not going to enforce it. So I think I wanted you to know that.
And you're talking to the jail.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's number one. And it's absolutely impossible to reach them. So that's my first problem. My second problem is I had set it up with your clerk for him to be able to go and get his tools and for him to get his phone and the other stuff out of the house.
Okay, hold on. Stop. My clerk doesn't have the authority to do that. So which clerk are you talking to?
Well, I sent an order to you.
Oh, all right.
And that's
so
what I
it's
meant.
set up with the police department.
Well, we talked to the police department. They said it had to be set up with you. So
No, counsel, your phraseology sucks. It's set up means I'm scheduling I'll sign an order that says it's got to happen, but I'm not setting it up.
All right. I apologize.
Yeah.
I talked to the police and they said that they needed an order from you in order to agree with it in order to set it up. So I sent in an order and it never got signed. So we didn't do it. So then
I never saw one.
Pardon me?
I never saw one. Who did you talk to?
Judge, he talked to me. It
Your
was
Honor.
sent over, but I was not here on that Friday, so it didn't get
I
signed.
have never heard of a need for an order to set up a civil standby with Romulus Police Department.
Nor have I, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
All right. And
I
then
mean, not in this case ever. I've never heard in any jurisdiction of any police department requiring an order from the court in order to set up a
All right,
civil
so
standby.
Mr. Lazar, you sent it in on a Friday to my secretary who works maybe 1 out of 5 Fridays.
Okay.
So what did you follow up Monday?
Yeah, I tried it. We let it go because we had set up a time and then we had to reset up the time. So we reset up the time and then I tried getting a hold of your clerk again. And I literally tried for 3 days running and no one answered at the court. I left a message. No one called me back. So my guy has been for 83 days. He's been working without the tools he needs to work with and without his phone because I can't get through to the court. It's been unbelievably frustrating.
Life sucks. I don't know what to tell you, but counsel, seriously, we're not that hard to get a hold of. We've got my email's in the bar journal. If for 83 days you guys been working this hard without tools, then shame on you.
I sent emails to your clerk and didn't get a response.
All right, clerks, which clerks?
The same woman that just spoke.
All right, then you're gonna have to prove to me that you sent Paula Moore an email that she ignored.
Okay.
I'd be happy to look at anything you send me for documentation of that.
I sent her an order for you to sign and did not get a response to it at all. Be happy to send that to you.
All right, and you followed up again with her the following Monday after she was off on Friday.
I didn't know anything about her being off on Friday. That was never mentioned. And I did probably try to call.
Well, counsel, believe it or not, I don't contact defense attorneys when I approve time off for my staff.
No, I'm not. I'm not debating that. That's not the problem. The problem is I haven't been able to get through to the court, literally.
Your Honor, I would encourage Mr. Lazar.
734, hold on, 734-941-4463, extension 205.
I believe he's been calling 4462 and leaving it on the general message.
Right. We get 80 voicemails a day, counsel. We're working with half the staff we had a year ago.
No, I totally
I'm
understand.
returning phone calls.
Okay, well,
So, you know.
all right, so from what I
it's
understand,
absolutely unbelievable to me that you would just set aside and say, well, I guess we can't get a hold of the court. So now there's no excuse. You've got my secretary's personal number, her personal extension.
okay, fair enough. But I understand.
If you
that I
still need
don't-
an order from the PD,
I guess I don't need an order. I'll just set it up with the police department. And
I got
and
no
the
problem signing an order so he can get his tools.
All right, the prosecutor each time, both of those times, has also sent an email to your clerk saying that she agreed to it. So you should have that too. Just to
And
let you know.
again, Your Honor, I'm not familiar with that because I'm obviously.
I'm not familiar with
All
it.
right, so I want to finish my docket because I still got trial scheduled at 11.
All right, fair enough. But I'm not even going to get, I guess I don't
So
even need
anything
an
else
order.
before I decide on the bond?
Yeah, can I get 15 second sidebar with the lawyer?
And then to come back and talk to me, or you just want to have some conversation with your attorney?
Well, I want to talk to him about the tether.
Oh,
Would,
okay.
would
He
you like
hasn't
to hear my
decided-
decision about the tether
hasn't
before you
decided on
have a
the tether
conversation?
yet. Just hang in there, Justin. The judge hasn't decided yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Anything else, Mr. King or Mr. Lazar, before I decide what I'm doing on bond?
Just to be sure, I don't need an order, right? Then for him to get it
I've
done.
never had anybody tell me that. I'm not denying that you might have gotten somebody at the PD that said you needed an order. And if you did, I'm happy to sign it when I get one.
Okay, all right, but I don't need one unless.
And
they-
I'm sure Paul is probably going through emails right now looking for a proposed order.
Okay, fair
All
enough.
right. Anything else as to the bond?
I would ask that you just continue the bond. He has a bond that he's paid. I mean, it would be nice if it could be reduced, if you would consider that, to give him some of his money back.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I will leave the bond as is. I will remove the tether.
Thank you
If the
very much.
PPO, Mr. King, I assume you're in contact with the complainant. If the PPO status changes, then I would take another look at bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And we'll get another date by mail, correct?
Yep, probation will reach out to your client about that interview first.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jadala.
Yes, Judge, we are ready on Veracruz, if you want to bring him back from the waiting room.
Bringing him in. Paul, it looks like Mr. Duncan is ready. All right, Mr. Jadala, what are we doing on Mr. Veracruz?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186. Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Veracruz, I've extended the offer that was provided to me earlier today by Mr. King. He wishes to reject that at this point, Your Honor, and respectfully request a final pretrial. We're asking for discovery, and all witnesses must appear on that final pretrial date, Judge.
All right, 9:30 on the 23rd. That keep it the same date with the other ones.
Yes, Judge.
And I'll make a note, we need discovery and subpoenas for the CV.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. King, understood?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And he was arraigned out county, so bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Is it Veracruz or Veracruz?
Veracruz.
All right, anything else, Mr. Veracruz? Any questions?
The date was for the 23rd of February?
Yes, sir. February 23rd, 9:30 in the morning. You'll get a notice.
Perfect.
Judge, do you want me to bring Mr. Duncan's client in as well?
You're all set, Mr. Veracruz. You could log off.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Samir, you got anybody else working right now, or can we bring Mr. Duncan in?
I have two for Mr. Jadala.
Give me names.
Richard Cutts and Jared Supancic. For Richard Cutts, we also have the CV in the waiting room waiting for Mr. King.
Counsel, you want Cutts or Zupanik in a breakout right now?
Can I get Larry first? I don't have offers on them, and then I can talk to them.
Sure.
Hey,
And
if
Mr.
anybody
Duncan,
wants-
your client's name?
Your Honor, before I make an offer on cuts, since the complaining witness is here, I want to talk to her.
It's Miss Kent Tanner, correct?
She's
Mr.
been here
Duncan?
for quite a while.
Yes, that is my client, Shelley Kent Tanner.
Oh, you're representing her, Murray.
Hold on.
Yeah,
You're getting stuff mixed up. Murray, wait a minute.
Okay.
You want to talk, Mr. King, you want to talk to the complainant on cuts?
Amanda Meckenhill.
She's been in the waiting room for quite a while, so we'll put her in a breakout room with you.
Mr. King and the
Complainant.
okay.
Hello.
Yeah, me and Miss Meckenhill.
No, tell him to get on the Zoom. I don't want him on the phone. Yeah. No, tell him to get in the Zoom waiting room. We're not ready for the trial yet, but get him in there. Thanks. Mr. Duncan, I got to find your client's file.
All right, Judge.
And Mr. Jadala, did you want to go into a breakout room with either, oh, you wanted to go in with Mr. King first?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about offers on both of them before I talked with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Call out front and tell somebody to find that file because it was here at some point. Oh, no, here it is. I got it. That's the trials. That's a trials file. All right, Mr. Duncan.
Yes, Judge.
Are you ready for the trial?
I'm ready. I believe my client's ready. She's on her own today, but I think she's handling it.
All right. She's on her own today, meaning you're not representing her?
No, that means that she's been coming to my office.
Oh,
but
gotcha.
I couldn't do it that way today.
No,
So.
gotcha. All right, so we'll put you and your client in the waiting room. She's having trouble getting connected anyhow.
Okay.
Looks like she just got connected. Miss Kent Tanner? Nope.
No,
I'm putting her in the waiting room with you till we get ready for trials.
All right, Judge.
Thanks.
I'm going to find out who Pissernick is.
That's Phil Zernick. He's here for the trial.
Oh, Phil Zernick. I'm sorry.
And
Judge,
Mr.
while we're
Bowditch,
waiting,
go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that a case that I had earlier on the docket has been dismissed, and that was for a Ronald Ford. I could give you a case number.
Do you know what time it was scheduled?
And my old docket, it was scheduled at 10:10, along with Mr. Cutts and Mr. Zupanik, and the case number is 14-1045.
Yeah, it's not on the docket, so I'm assuming that's what
I
happened.
show it closed.
Okay, just wanted to verify. Thank you. Though the case was dismissed. All right.
Mr. Bowditch, Mr. Leducer is in our waiting room. Do you need to talk to him?
No, Your Honor, we've already spoken.
All right.
Mr. Jadala, it says dismissed per motion. An order was signed.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to make my notes clear.
You're welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can actually, yeah. I think I was made an offer for Mr. Cutts, but I think that was before the victim came. So I just want to make sure it's the same.
Your Honor, Mr. Jadala, can I get that breakout with Mr. Jadala now?
All right. Hang on one second.
Yeah, Paula, don't ignore me.
I'm not.
So just this Mac.
There we go.
I'm here.
Okay, just hang on. I'm going to mute you until they come back in, okay? Hi, is this Mr. Cutts again?
Yes, it is.
Okay, hang on. Don't hang up, okay?
Yeah.
Hang on just a minute. I'm going to rename you again. All right, hang on. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a minute. 1 minute. All right, that was Mr. Cutts, but he hung up and called back in.
Mr. Jadala and I have talked about Mr. Cutts and Mr. Zupanik, and I think Mr. Jadala then needs breakouts with both of them.
Yes, whenever, Paula, you are ready.
I say
Okay.
each of them.
Hang on just a moment, and I'll put you in with Mr. Cutts.
Perfect.
And Mr. King, on Mr. Bowdich's file, Leducer,
Let me take a look at that.
scheduled for bench trial at 11, I believe, Mr. Bowdich.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me.
And the complainant's name is Tina Berry.
Yes, she is. She has been subpoenaed.
No contact from her.
I have not heard anything. Ms.
All right.
Fortier would have been the one who issued the subpoena.
All right.
So
I'm going to bring Mr. Leducer in, just letting me know that we're waiting for her to see if she's going to show up or not.
do we have any of the officers on this case?
I've got Phil Zernick here from here on. I'm assuming he's on this file.
Yeah, perhaps he should come in and
I'm bringing him. Yeah. Good morning, Officer Zernick. Are you calling in on the Leducer case?
Yes, and I also have Officer Sullins here for the other case you have today.
I'm sorry, you have what?
Officer Sullins on your other case here also. So
Okay.
we're both here.
Thank
Sir,
you.
Could I get a breakout with the officers?
Sure. Yeah. Paula?
Are you ready for the judge, Sam? Or
I also like to talk with Mr. Zupanik, so maybe we can call them both once we're ready. I haven't talked to him yet.
okay, hang on just a minute, okay? Hang on, Larry. Okay, Mr. Jadala wanted to talk to Mr. Zubanek before you guys talk to the judge, okay? So you can just do them both at one time.
Your Honor, Paula, when was Mr. Leducer's case set?
It was set for 11 o'clock.
It's been more than 15 minutes. We don't have, nor do we believe we're going to have a complainant. Do you want to have Judge call it?
Hang on just a minute.
Larry,
Jeff?
this was scheduled for a final pretrial March 11th, 2020. And since then, we've had two other pretrials, and I don't think Miss Berry's ever showed up for any of them.
You are correct.
Judge is coming on bench right now.
All right, people versus Jimmy Leducer, appearances.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, P78774.
Mr. Leducer, you're muted.
All right, Mr. Bowditch, are you going to make a motion?
Motion to dismiss, Your Honor. Complainant has failed to appear. Also, Your Honor, this was scheduled for a final pretrial in March. So I don't think Miss Berry's ever participated.
Your Honor, the people have made extensive efforts to get the complaining witness here. The police have visited multiple addresses and left contact information. She is not present. The people do not agree to the dismissal. The people would move for an adjournment in this matter.
Understood. Mr. Leducer, I'm dismissing this matter without prejudice. That means the prosecutor could refile the charges if they choose to. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good day, sir. Mr. Bowditch, is that the last of yours today?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll
well.
hang out for a little bit.
Be well. Thank you. And
You still have officer.
Mr. Jadala is in the breakout room with Mr. Zupancic.
Right.
And then when he comes back, he's ready to take care of both of his clients.
Your Honor, Mr. Duncan is here, I believe, in the waiting room with Miss Shelley Tanner. That case was set for a bench trial at 11. I have my officer here. However, I do not have Mr. Bradley Tanner.
All right. So,
hello, Judge.
Waiting for your client, Mr. Duncan.
Yeah, she may be struggling a little bit. She's been coming to my office, but
yeah.
Jane had shoulder surgery this morning, so I just.
Oh, how's she doing?
She's doing good. I've been up since 4. They wanted her there at 5:30. So
yeah, wish her luck with the recovery.
Thank you.
I know she's smart enough to do everything they tell her to do for rehab.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be 9 months.
Ugh.
I know.
You better learn how to vacuum.
I think I better learn to do a lot more than that.
Sorry, Maury, didn't mean to laugh at you.
All right, Miss Kent Tanner, are you connected?
Yes, I am. I can hear you, but now I can't see you.
That's all right. I didn't comb my hair this morning. Don't worry about it.
Hey,
Mr.
Shelley.
Duncan, your appearance for the lady.
Yes, Murray Duncan. I'm appearing on behalf of the defendant, Shelley Kent Tanner.
And good morning, Your Honor. Larry King on behalf of the people, P78774.
Hey, Larry.
All right, and Mr. King, if I understand you correctly, we've got the OIC involved on Zoom, but we do not have Mr. Bradley Tanner, who is our complainant.
That's right. Officer Sullins is present here from Huron Township PD. However, I do not have the complaining witness. It's my understanding the police have made extensive attempts to locate him, multiple trips to the address, left contact information for him, have been unable to reach him. So he has not been subpoenaed for today's hearing. With that being said, the people would move for an adjournment.
All right, Mr. Duncan.
Judge, I would move to dismiss. This has been scheduled for quite some time now.
All right. I will dismiss this without prejudice, Ms. Kent Tanner. That means the prosecutor's office could refile the charge. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Why?
That's okay, Shelley. I can talk with you afterwards.
Okay.
We good?
Yes, Judge. Absolutely good.
Good to see you, Murray.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck to
Thank
Jane,
you.
Mr. Duncan.
Officer
Thanks,
Stone,
Judge. Have a good one.
you guys can get off.
Thank you, officer. Be safe.
Thank you.
And Paula, Miss McEnhill is on Zupanic, right? Or cuts. She's on cuts.
Yes.
And that's, we're just waiting for
Sam to
Samir
come out of
that one.
yeah.
And I will state, Ms. McEnhill and I have talked. She does not wish to address the court. I can answer questions if we need.
That's fine. That's fine. She can just hang out and see what's going on. And Paula, those are the last two for the morning docket. And then we start with the afternoon docket at 1:30, I think.
1:45, sir.
Thank you.
And those are all Sam, all four.
Thank you. Those are all scheduled for bench trial, aren't they, Paula?
Yes, sir, all four of them.
Thank you. Paul, I'm going to send an email out. Let me know what's going on. Easier to send a group email from this than my phone.
I'm sorry.
It's easier to send a group email here than on the damn phone.
Later, if you want me to explain Gary Lazar to you, I will.
Yeah. Have you ever seen him before?
No, but this is the first time that this client. Sam and
Sam, I'm bringing Mr. Sapancic out now with.
Hold on. Let's take care of Mr. Cutts first. Mr. Jadala, what are we going to do on Mr. Cutts' file?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cutts. At this time, Your Honor, we're going to respectfully request final pretrial as well as all discovery in lieu of asking for a jury trial, Judge.
All right, let's do that on the 23rd as well. And
Are we at 9:45 now?
no, she didn't give me those, so I'm just going to do
Okay.
another one at 9:30.
Sounds good.
You can set it at 9:50 if you want.
All right, we'll do it 9:50. You know how that works. Mr. Cutts, get in early that day. We'll probably get you done early.
Now, there's a couple of things I want to address with the court, if I may. First of all, our complaining witness, Ms. McEnhill, is here present today and remains cooperative. I'm asking the court now to order her to appear at the final pretrial as she's been here today. I think that's demonstrated her cooperation sufficiently. I don't think her presence is going to be needed for the hearing. Additionally, it's been brought to my attention that there's been some violation of this court's no contact order in which Mr. Cutts has attempted to call Ms. McEnhill, and when Ms. McEnhill does not reach her, or when he does not reach Ms. McEnhill, Ms. McEnhill's shaking her head. Members of his family contacted her. Yes?
You're muted, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm reading this wrong. Unmute yourself, please, ma'am.
He contacted my father. He didn't try to contact me.
Okay. I apologize.
Okay. All right.
So you're contacting members of her family in an attempt to her, and I think that's inappropriate. I think that's a violation of this court's orders and it should be addressed.
Mr. Cutts, I'll address you, Mr. Cutts. Don't worry about it. I'll address it.
And I don't think you need to, Mr. Jadala. I'm just thinking about some relationships I know. If somebody told me I couldn't have contact with my wife, well, better way to do that. If somebody told my wife she couldn't have contact with me because of charges pending, she'd still probably want to have contact with my mother and my sisters and my nieces and my nephews, because we're that kind of family. So let me just do a corrective. Mr. Cutts, there are a lot of reasons you might want to contact family members that have nothing to do with this case. It's just a bad idea to do that while this case is pending. So you might have contacted her dad to talk about what the Lions were doing, But while this case is pending and you're under a no contact order with here, it's a bad idea.
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that the contact pertained to Miss Meckenhell and was.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I just may briefly, Your Honor, and I know in Mr. Cutt's defense, Your Honor, when he was arraigned, he understood clearly and specifically the no contact order. But he was also told, because there's a child in common, that if family members needed to contact each other, and it's not only the child in common that he hasn't seen since November 12th, despite his family's efforts to make it happen, it's also mail and other issues that are going to the house that he's trying to. So I've advised Mr. Cutts that he cannot have zero contact. And I know this court, and from what he understood from his arraignment, was the court told him was to have third parties try to arrange that. And that's what's been going on. He denies there's been any threatening or anything going on about this case. It's really just about trying to get contact with his child that he hasn't seen since November 12th, and some property that he may have, mail and otherwise, that are going to the address that she has control over. That's Mr. Cutt's position on this. So Mr. Cutts.
With all due respect, mail and property can wait. That's not important. The child is important. However, the defendant can't abuse that third-party contact and begin directing messages at or to Miss Meckenhell.
It was a threat.
Direct threatening messages to Miss Meckenhell, and use the fact that he wants third-party contact for childcare as an excuse for that. I mean, it's inappropriate for him to direct any messages to Miss Meckenhell, whether it's through a third party or not.
I agree with that, Mr. Cutts. And if I have to have a hearing on this, I can revoke your bond. Understood?
Yes.
All right. So are we clear going forward?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything
Thank
else?
you, Judge. No, Judge, thank you.
Other violations, contact the police and then contact our office.
Ma'am, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Cutts, you're all set. You can leave now, and we'll see you February 23rd, sir.
Thank you.
Paul, and now you can bring in Mr. Jadala's last client of the day. Well,
Mr.
last client of the
Zubancic is-
morning.
Yeah, Mr. Zubancic is in.
And Your Honor, respectfully, Samer Jadala, P62186, appearing on Mr. Zubancic. Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to communicate the offer. At this time, he's rejecting it in respect for requesting final pretrial discovery, requiring all witnesses to appear at that final pretrial in lieu of a future jury trial, Judge.
All right, let's do that on the 23rd at 9:50.
I'm still making notes in my last file. You guys are getting ahead of me here.
Oh, that's all right. We'll catch up. Or let you catch up.
Trial witness must appear. Defense needs discovery. Zupan.
You got it. Yep. 9:50 on the 23rd. Mr. Zupanik, any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor.
And you pronounce it Zupancic?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good day, Mr. Zupancic.
You too.
Thank you. All right. And gentlemen, I think we're done for the morning. Are you on the afternoon ones too, Larry?
Yes, and Mr. Jadala, I didn't notate this. Do you have or not have discovery related to Mr. Cutts?
I do need discovery for Mr. Cutts, please.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get some work done before the 1:30 stuff.
Well, Your Honor, I have a bunch of files here that don't look like they've gotten called.
I've only got two that I'm doing bench warrants on, Larry.
Larry, I can help you.
Okay, Paula, you can help me?
I can help you.
Rice and Burke are bench warrants.
Okay. Rice and Burke are bench warrant. We handle Austin McDaniel.
There it
Yes,
is.
we did. That was the first case, my first case, correct.
I just put that in the wrong file.
Let me find my glasses and then I can help you.
Okay.
Okay, who do you need?
Borden, Eric Borden.
Borden was dismissed without without prejudice, the CVFTA.
Thank you.
Jeff Bowditch was in on that one. That was the one between Bowditch and Royce.
Royce, yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. Who else do you need?
That was it. Those were the two.
Oh.
And you said Burks and Rice are bench warrants, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I guess I will check back in at 1:30.
Sounds good. Well, they start at 1:45, but if you want to check in at 1:30, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just get in here early just in case they get in here early and just in case Mr. King feels like being here early.
Thank you.
You guys have a great rest
You're
of
our
your
guy for a
midday.
reason, Sam. All right.
We'll see you
Thank you.
soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, Paula.
Good afternoon, Larry. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good.
Just,
I'm
I
gonna,
know I'm a little early, but I just thought I'd see if anybody was in yet.
we had a defendant check in, so the first one, Ronald McCullough. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself for a few minutes, okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Here.
I'll talk to my best mate.
Gonna go back in the waiting room. Who's on the
If we had the door, the hardware guy on site, we could make that decision. It's just so hard to, and I know they travel, but it's just so hard to discuss this stuff.
Hey, Sam.
Hello.
I've got 2 of your clients in the waiting room. Ronald
Okay.
McCullough is your first one. He
Okay.
won't acknowledge. I've sent chat, telling him to connect his audio. He won't do it. And then we've got iPhone in there, so I have no idea who that is because they won't connect their audio either. I've been
Okay.
trying for a while.
If that's the case, I think my second trial, it might be my second person. It might be Patillo.
James Patillo.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Hang on, and I'll try to give me 1 minute. I'm talking with Heather for a second here, and then I'll try to bring him in again. Okay.
Paula,
All right.
Yeah.
anybody here for me, officers or victims?
That's all that's in the waiting room, sweetie.
All righty.
All right, hang on.
So what Danielle says, she talked to the hardware guy, and what they'd like to do is take that off and put this.
Mr. McCullough, can you hear me?
He's not connected yet.
I told him to, oh, here we go. I told him to swipe left. Hopefully that works.
Aha, he is.
Mr. McCullough, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. All right. You can put yourself on mute, and once we get started, you can unmute yourself, okay?
Sam, did you want to
Okay.
speak with him or no?
No, I've already spoken with him.
Okay, I will let Judge know. Before I do that, let me try and. Andrew Carragher. Is that one of your people, Andrew Carragher? Larry? You're muted, hon.
Let me check.
Okay,
That name does not sound familiar.
I'm going to bring iPhone in first. I'm trying to get his attention.
I can sneak over at 9 o'clock. Basically, anytime after 8 o'clock, I can sneak over there. You might have to wait 5 or 10 minutes to break out the over there, but yeah.
Come on. I'm just going to put him back in. Waiting room. I'll find out who this is.
You might have to wait. I'm not going to make you wait a half hour. You might have to wait 5 or 10 minutes. You got my cell number?
Looks like an officer.
Mr. Carragher? Hello? That's not in yet.
Mr. Carragher, I don't think you're connected. No, he's not. He's gone.
Yeah.
Swipe left on your screen if you're using a cell phone, and that might get you connected.
I don't think he can hear, but I can chat it to him.
Al, is that the list that Fred went through with the guy?
I see he connected.
We'll see if that. Yeah, he did connect. Is your name Carragher or are you using someone else's phone? Sir.
No, I am Andrew Carragher.
Pardon?
I am Andrew Carragher.
And what are you zooming in for?
I am zooming in for the McCullough.
Oh.
What case are you on, sir?
He said McCullough.
Oh, McCullough.
He's a little hard to hear. He said McCullough.
Are you a witness or?
Sir?
Officer.
Officer. Okay.
Okay, so Larry, that's your guy.
Yeah.
You want to
pop
talk to
me
him?
into a breakout real quick?
Yep.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. And I'm going to try your suggestion for iPhone too.
Gentlemen on the iPhone, if you could hear me,
He can't, he doesn't have it connected. But I'm chatting it to him.
I don't know if he's looking at his screen or not.
I know. I don't even know who he is, though.
Yeah.
I think he's reading it, but
Those swinging doors that separate the gallery. Yeah, don't get into it now. Yeah, we'll make a decision.
I'm just going to put him back in the waiting room. I'm going to let Judge know what's going on with McCullough. Oh.
No, I'm here.
No, I
Hello?
said I was going to let the judge know.
Yeah, you're good. She's just going to let the
Okay.
judge know you're here. You can put on mute.
Okay, my bad.
No problem. You're good.
Yeah, we got this. Al. Al, I'm not sure 12 inches is enough. Do you think 12 inches is enough? I think it's gotta be more than 12 inches. At some point, you're cantilevering too much out.
That was Mr. Patillo that's in on the iPhone, and I just talked to him and told him to try to swipe left whenever you let him in.
Thank you, Sam.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll rename him, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And we have connection.
Okay.
That's good. You're good now, Mr. Patillo. The clerk is going to rename you. So instead of saying iPhone, it's going to say your name, and she'll probably put you back in the waiting room till we finish the first case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you again, Sam.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you didn't need to talk to him, right?
As of now, no. And as of now, depending on what the prosecutor comes back with, I don't know if I'm going to need to talk to Mr. McCullough or not. I guess maybe me and him will have to go into a brief breakout. But
Okay.
it's back out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. What's your name, officer?
Officer Tim.
TIMM.
Yes.
What case are you on?
The court case or police case?
Pardon?
The court case or the police case?
Just the name of the defendant. You're not sure?
The name of the defendant is James Patillo.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to stick you back in the waiting room there. I just wanted to rename it so we knew who you were for sure. And I'll let the prosecutor know that you're in there. Okay? Thank you. Larry?
Yes.
I do have an officer in the waiting room for the next case for Patillo.
Yeah.
So, but let me go let
We
Judge
have an
know.
issue. We have an issue with.
You want Judge?
McCullough. I want Sammer briefly, and then Judge.
Okay, so you want to go into a breakout room with Sam?
Yeah, could I go into a breakout room with Sam?
Yeah. You guys play nice in there.
I guess, Paula, I guess we're ready for Judge.
Okay, let me let him know. Hang on. Judge will be on the bench in just about 2 seconds here.
All right. You said you had another officer in for me on Patillo. Who was that?
Officer Tim, Timm.
Yeah. Okay. I think when we're done with Judge on McCullough, I'd probably want to speak with Officer Tim then.
Okay. Larry, do you want Officer Carragher back in the waiting room, or you want him here while you're talking?
He could be in here.
All right.
All right, are we ready on McCullough, gentlemen?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, the people are not going to be able to proceed.
Okay.
And I have a bit of an explanation as to that.
I'm ready.
It appears there was an issue with the service of subpoenas. Our office provided a subpoena for both the officer and the complaining witness to Romulus PD Command. They were given to the officer. However, mistakenly he only saw the subpoena for himself and did not even notice that we had subpoenaed the complainant. Pure human error. Therefore, the complainant never received notice, nor did we even try to serve her. So,
Right.
based on that information, I would ask the court for an adjournment. And I have addressed that with Sergeant at Ramos PD, and I believe he's going to be, working to make sure that this doesn't occur in the future.
Understood.
And Your Honor, respectfully,
Go ahead.
It is the date and time set for trial, Your Honor. The prosecution is unable to proceed. We just asked for dismissal, Your Honor. I don't know if the prosecution has even had contact with the complaining witness outside of trying to subpoena her. And I don't know if issuing one will help this matter. If it's a case that they strongly believe in, they can reissue. We just asked for dismissal. It is the date and time set for trial.
Understood and agreed. I will dismiss this without prejudice. Mr. McCullough, are you listening?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to dismiss this without prejudice. That means the prosecutor's office can choose to refile the case. Understood?
Okay.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Mr. McCullough, you're all set.
Okay, you have a good day.
Officer Carriger, you're all set as well.
Thank you, officer. Paula, you had another one that was ready to do?
Larry did ask to speak to the officer after I told you that.
On what file?
On Patillo. He's
Thank you.
next. We've got him in the waiting room and we've got an officer for Larry. So I'm going to put them in a breakout room and I'll let you know when everything's ready.
Is that Officer Tim, Larry?
Yes.
Okay. All right, keep me posted.
Thank you. Tim, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hang on, Larry. Sorry about that, Sam. That was me.
It happens. That's all right.
Okay, I do have Todd Bullion in the waiting room.
What?
Do you want to talk to him or no?
No, I'm all set until the prosecutor lets me know, and I'll let you know if I need to talk with the defendants. I talked to them all yesterday and previously.
Okay, I'm going
Thank
to
you.
find out who Destiny's iPad is.
All right.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I mean. Can I ask your name and is that your background?
Yes.
Can you turn that off, please? This is being recorded, so we need to have the background off. What is your name and what are you here for?
My name is Destiny Grant. I'm here for a bench trial. I believe it's regarding a domestic violence.
Can you please turn off the background music?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm about to go in a different room. I do childcare from home and my little ones are napping, but I just want a different room.
I can't hear what you're saying with that on. All right, what was your name? Destiny Grant?
Yes, Grant.
And what case are you here on, please?
I don't know the case number or anything. It's just regarding a bench trial. I can give you the
What's
other
the
party.
defendant's last name, please?
Yes, it's Patillo, Patillo.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put you back in the waiting room. I'll let the prosecutor know that you're here on the case, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Larry, I think you have your victim here. You might want to
Ah.
talk to her in a breakout room.
Yeah, I was just going to say I've got Destiny Grant.
Oh, she did get. Oh, great. All right. Yes. Let's talk to Destiny. Can I have her in the breakout room, please?
Yes. Let me get Officer Tim out of there first.
And I'll talk to you after you talk to Destiny, Larry, if that's okay with you.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds good. Looks like our complainant is here, Tim. So somebody in command must have got that subpoena served for us.
Oh, okay. Hang on, I got to bring her in before I can put her in the breakout room.
Hi, Destiny.
Good afternoon.
Paula's going to put you and I in a breakout room so we can talk, okay?
Okay.
Officer Tim?
Yes.
I'm just going to put you back in the waiting room for just a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Bullion?
Yes.
We know that you're in the waiting room. I'm just going to ask you to be patient, okay? For just a few minutes.
No problem.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Paula. Oh, I'm alone.
What are you trying to do, Larry? Who do you need?
I talked to Sam again.
Do you need a breakout?
Potential. Yeah, let's get a breakout with Sam.
Yep. Paula, put the attorneys in a breakout, please.
Sorry about that, Larry. I just walked away from my desk.
It's okay.
Okay, and I'm going to put her back in the waiting room, okay?
It's fine.
Miss Grant? I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for a few minutes until the prosecutor is ready to bring you out, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Paula, if you could put me and Mr. Patillo in a breakout room, would be greatly appreciated.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If you could put me and Mr. Patillo in a breakout room, would be greatly appreciated.
I'll have you there in a second.
Thank you.
Sam, just so you know,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bullion is in our waiting room.
Okay.
I did let him know that, Judge.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Jadala and his client talk this over, I'm going to go get coffee.
Yeah, knock yourself out. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can I ask your name, please?
Joseph Robinson.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Robinson, I'm just renaming you there. We're not quite ready for you, so I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, but please make sure you stay there, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, Larry, he wants to proceed to trial, just to let you know.
He does.
Yes,
Okay.
and I don't know if you have anybody on bullion. I don't know if that's going to be a go or not. Maybe you want to take care of that before we start the trial, but that's up to you.
What time is bullion set?
We're 2:15.
Yeah, Sam, Mr. Robinson just checked in too, so.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Paula, do we have any of our witnesses here on bullion?
No,
No officers or complainant or victims?
no. The only victim and officer I have are Officer Tim and Miss Grant.
Yeah, so bullion is a 2:15 and Robinson's a 2:30. So I just thought maybe we'd wait a little bit to see what's going to happen with those before we started the trial, if you're ready to move on those.
Yeah, obviously I don't have anyone on bullion, officers or victims, but it's only been 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they're supposed to be in the waiting room by 2 o'clock. That's what they're supposed to be. Everybody that gets a notice is supposed to be in 15 minutes before the time scheduled.
Right. But then I don't know if Ms. Fortier put that on her subpoena or not.
Would you look into that? Because
I
that's
will.
kind of major.
I'll ask her about it.
Yeah. So are you ready to get started on Patillo? Is it Patillo or Patillo?
Patillo.
With an L. All right. Are we ready on that one, Mr. Jadala?
Yeah, you're ready to go. I just didn't know if they were ready to proceed on the other ones, so we could disperse those rather than stop the trial. But it's up to however the court wants to proceed. I'm ready to proceed.
All right. Have you spoken to Mr. Bullion or Mr. Robinson today?
Not today. I spoke to them yesterday, and I let them know that about today. So that's why they're here. I spoke to them yesterday at length.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, before I speak to him, I like Larry to let me know what he's going to do next.
Sure. How many witnesses do we have on Mr. Patillo's file?
2.
All right. Well, let's start with one witness, and then we'll touch base with the other files.
Sounds good, Judge.
All right. So let's get appearances on the record. People versus James Patillo.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Larry King on behalf of the people, P78774.
Respect for Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Patillo. Your Honor, I just asked for a mutual sequestration order if more than one witness is going to be testifying, Judge.
And you're the only 2 witnesses I have would be the officer in charge and the complaining witness. I'd ask that the officer in charge be allowed to remain in the court hearing room throughout the pendency of the case.
And that's Officer Tim, correct?
That's Officer Tim.
No objection, Judge.
Any objections to that, Miss? Thank you. And who's your first witness going to be, Mr. King?
It's Destiny Grant.
Bringing her in.
Hey, Destiny.
Can you hear me?
Miss Grant, do you have your audio connected?
Yes, can you hear me?
You connected? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I could just ask
Okay.
Mr. Patillo to put his device on mute. Mr. Patillo, if you would put yourself on mute while she's testifying, please.
Got it. All right, Miss Grant, are you alone in the room?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. King, your witness, please proceed.
Ma'am, and I do know it's spelled out on the screen. However, for the record of the court, could you please state your full name and spell your first and last
My full name is Destiny Grant. My first name is Destiny, Destiny. Last name Grant, Grant.
Miss Grant,
thank you.
How do you know Mr. James Patillo?
We used to date.
Okay. When you say used to date, approximately when did you first meet him?
I met him in 2016.
Okay. What was the status of your relationship with Mr. Grant as of March the 7th of this year?
You said Mr. Grant, Mr. Patillo
Mr.
of March
Patillo, I'm
7th.
sorry, Mr. Patillo.
I know what you meant. We were not like in an official relationship, but we were still hanging out and trying to get back to being a couple. But
Okay. Had you been an official couple previously?
years ago, yes, but for the past year, we have not been like an official couple.
Okay.
We were single and not together.
So when was the last time you were in a dating relationship with Mr. Patillo?
The last time we were officially together, it was probably like the beginning of 2019. Well, that was like when we were like about to break up and be done. So the beginning of 2000.
Did you ever live with them?
No, I never lived with them, but I used to be over at his house a lot.
Okay. Did you ever have a key to the house?
No, I didn't have a key, but I could just walk in. It was just easily accessible.
Now, when you say you could just walk in, what do you mean by that? I guess give the court a little bit more of an explanation.
I was over there so much, it was just fine for me to knock and just see if the door was open. If it was open, I just let myself in.
Okay. Where did Mr. Patillo live as of March of 2020?
March 2020, he was living out in Romulus.
Okay. Now, March the 7th of 2020, did you have occasion to visit an address 7808 Surrey Drive in Romulus?
Yes.
Whose address was that?
That's where James used to live. That was his address.
And that's within the city of Romulus, county of Wayne, state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay, what was the reason for you going over to that address on that day?
My reason for going to that address that day was his birthday. And we had plans to hang out.
Was he expecting you?
Yes, he was expecting me. We hung out the whole day. We went out to eat for breakfast. We went to brunch, and then we went back to his house. I was there.
Okay. All right. What time did you arrive back at his house after spending time with him for brunch?
We were out early. I want to say we went to brunch maybe at like 10, 11. And we went back to his house probably about like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Okay. And what happened after you got back to the house? Did you stay? Did you leave? What happened?
I stayed for a minute. I think I had left. I went home. I did. I left. I went home to change my clothes and to get some things to wash because I used to wash my clothes over there too. I had a big cover, a big comforter.
Okay.
And I went right back over there.
Okay. Were you present at the house at about 9 o'clock that evening?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, at 9 o'clock that evening, what brought you to the home? Did you go back? Were you already there? What was that?
I was already there, yeah. So I had left. I probably left at about like 4 or something, came home, grabbed a few things and went back not too long after, maybe 5 something. So I was there for a few hours. Around 9, I was already in there. I was already over there.
Now, when you say over there, were you inside the home, outside the home? Where were you?
I was in there. We were in there watching TV. He was playing the game. I was in there.
Okay. Did there come a time when the two of you began to argue?
Yes.
Okay. About when was that?
That probably was around that time, a little like probably like around the late 8s, probably like 8:45, 8:50 something. It was
Okay.
close to 9.
Do you recall what you were arguing about?
Yes, I recall.
Tell the court about that. What were you guys arguing?
We were arguing because he went through my phone. We had plans to go out again, and I was showing him a message from one of my friends that was inviting us out. He had my phone and he started to go through it. You know, he went out of the message that I was showing him and went to all my other messages and seen some messages that he got upset about, which caused a huge argument.
Okay.
He started to feel, yeah, it just started a huge argument, him going through my phone.
When you say he got upset, what was he doing or saying? What made you think he was upset?
He was raising his voice. He got to cussing. He was calling me out my name, telling me to get the fuck out. Like he was just going off. He was upset.
Now he told you to get out. Did you?
Yeah, I did. That first time he said it, I just left so that it wouldn't escalate. I was walking out, yes.
Okay, what happened then?
I had left my debit card in there and I had a comforter that I was washing that was still in there.
Okay.
So I was walking out the house and he's like yelling behind me, just cussing, calling me out my name. And I'm like, I need to get my card and my cover. And he like, get it. You don't got to come back in here. So I attempted to like turn back around and go get my things.
Okay. So I want to kind of place this. Is this a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Okay. And when you were having this discussion regarding you wanting to go back and get your things, where in relation to the house were you, and where in relation to you was Mr. Patil?
At this time, we are already, he was in the front door, like standing in the door of the house. And I think I walked off the stairs already, but I turned around and I walked back up the stairs. So I'm on the porch while he's in the doorway.
Okay. How far apart are the two of you?
Not too far apart, probably about 2 feet, if that.
Okay. What happened after that?
He's standing in the doorway, blocking the doorway, and I'm telling him I need to get my card, and he like, no, I get it. You don't gotta come back in here for nothing. And he walked back in to get it. No, his mom had actually grabbed it. I think his mom had got the card and brought it because she was trying to, de-escalate the situation. But she brought the card and he took it from her, and he was coming out to like try to throw it outside. So he's coming out now, and as he's coming out, like he was trying to push me out of his way to get out.
Now, when you say he's coming out, are we talking about out of a room, out of a house, out of a door?
He's in the front door. He's in the passageway of the front of the front door of the house.
And where are you?
I'm like right in front of him, like holding the screen door open. I'm right there.
So the screen door is open. Is there anything between the two of you? Is there an interior door or anything?
No, that was already open. No, so he's coming out now. So it's just him and me now. The screen door is not in the way anymore.
Okay, because you're holding it open, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened next,
ma'am? He was coming out and he like tried to push me off the porch, to get out of his way. So that's
when you say he tried to push you, can you tell us specifically what he did? Like how he used his hand?
He used force to push me. He used like one hand to push me. But as he did that, I like grabbed onto him, before I fell back. So me pulling him, we both fell off the porch and fell down in the grass.
Now, prior to him using the one hand to push you, as you described, had you made any physical contact with him?
I probably tried to snatch my card from out of his hand before he threw it.
Okay.
But that was about it. Trying to grab my card from out of his hand.
So let's walk through this. He has the card, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You try to grab it, correct?
Yes.
He does what with the card?
I think it may have failed because it was on the ground.
Okay. And then how long after that before he attempts to push you, or before he pushes you?
It wasn't long after. So as soon as he walks out the door, as soon as he walked out before he even handed me the card, he pushed me. Like that was the first thing he did, was push me off the porch.
Okay. So you had stated that he pushed you, you grabbed him, and the two of you fell. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was he saying anything at that time that you recall?
It was a lot of yelling and cussing. I don't remember like exact words, but I remember like get the fuck on. It was just a lot of yelling and cursing.
Okay. What happened next, ma'am?
He's on top of me. He's choking me out. I'm trying to get him off of me, so I'm like kind of scratching at him and like punching him in the face and
When
trying
you
to just push him.
say when you say he, so I guess let's get this straight. How were you positioned after you fell? So you fell off the porch. Who was on the bottom? Who was on the top? How were you facing?
So I'm on the ground and he's on top of me. I'm facing up, while he's over me.
Are you face to face?
Yeah, we're face to face, yes.
Okay.
And he had one of his hands around my neck, and I'm kind of, underneath him trying to fight him off of me. I think I was scratching at his face and like kind of punching him, digging my nails in his wrist and stuff.
Okay. Did he apply pressure when he was put his hand on your neck?
Yeah, slight pressure. Yeah, he wasn't just holding it there. Yeah.
Did you ever have trouble breathing?
No, I think I was still breathing okay, I think.
Okay. And what happened next?
After that, he finally gets off of me. He stands up. When he stands up, I stood up. And when he saw me stand up, he like picked me up and dropped me back right down to the ground.
Okay, so tell the court a little bit about that. What part of his body did he make contact with? What part of your body?
How did he grab me? He was up first, and as soon as I got up, he kind of just picked me up by my sides.
Okay.
And literally, I'm like, he's twice my size. He literally like kind of just scooped me up like by my ribs, by my sides, and slammed me right back on down.
Okay. And did you fall to the ground?
No, he did not. Only I did.
Okay, you did fall to the ground then.
Yes.
Okay, how were you positioned on the ground, maybe?
When he slammed me, I was like laid out on my back again. And, yeah.
And where was he?
He was standing up, walking back into the house.
What happened after that?
He slammed me like kind of on some bricks, so I was really just in pain, and I was just, ready to just go separate ways. But he's walking to the house. He's steady yelling and cursing, and I'm upset because he's constantly disrespecting me, calling me out my name and everything. So I picked up a brick, and I was gonna like try to clock him in the head with it, but his mom was in the door, and she was just yelling for us to stop, saying that that's not his house. She was yelling some things, trying to just make sure that I don't damage her property. So I put the brick down and I just walked to my car.
So where was his mother during this?
She was in the house.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the brick?
No, because so he was back in the house. When he slammed me, he started to walk back in the house. And as I started to stand up, he's yelling and cursing again, but he's in the house. And his mom is in the doorway now too. So she's like in front of him. He's behind her while they're standing in the front doorway.
So you've said yelling and cursing a few times. What type, and I know it's court and we don't want to curse on the record or in front of his eye, Judge Oakley here. But what kind of things was he saying? And it's okay to quote him. I know.
No, it's not funny. He's just super disrespectful. He just like, it just be a lot of bitches, like, bitch, get your weak ass on. What else was he saying? It was just a lot. You weak ass bitch, get the fuck on. Like, it just be a lot of that.
Did he ever make any threats?
that last time, he did. He called me.
No, I mean, well, the two of you were engaged.
Oh, during that whole scenario,
If you don't remember, you don't remember. Don't force yourself to remember.
It's just something every time we get into it so much, it always be like he'd beat my ass.
No.
Just I'm a weak ass bitch. That just be the main threat. He'd beat my ass. That's one of his favorite lines. He'd spit on me. Yeah, I'm lucky he didn't spit on me.
Did you have any injuries as a result of this incident?
Yes, I did. I had some bruising, some bleeding. Yes.
Okay. What type? Can you tell the court a little bit more about those injuries?
I went to the police station. My knees were scraped up and bleeding. Was it my left side rib was bruised up? I have long nails, and like my natural nails were all like broke, kind of bleeding. You know, if your nail get bitten down too low, how it'll bleed right there. And there was a few scratches on my neck as well too.
You had mentioned you went to the police station. Did you call 911?
No, I went to the police station.
Okay. How soon after this incident did you go to the police station?
I went home after the incident, so it was the day after. This happened. Was this a Friday? I don't remember if it was a Friday or a Saturday. But I went to the police station the next day, not like the next morning or the afternoon. It was like the next day around the evening.
Can I ask why you didn't call 911?
Because there was so much going on at the moment. I didn't even think to. I was really trying to just defend myself. And I honestly just didn't think to until after it happened.
So what about the next day? What caused you to decide the next day was the time to go to the police?
Because just to let them know that like that incident occurred. I knew I needed to go. I could have called, but I just really wanted to go so that they could see, the physical bruises and everything as well.
How long did your injuries take to heal now?
My knees were bad. It took a few weeks for them. My neck was like messed up for a minute to probably about 2 weeks. And my freaking ribs were sore for the longest. It was probably almost a month for my ribs because he slammed me on these bricks in front of their house. So it was.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was like I was sore for some time, and it took quite a few weeks for everything to really be gone.
Did you ever have to get any medical treatment for this?
No.
Ma'am, those are the questions that I have for you. Thank you. I believe Mr. Jadala may have some questions for you. It's up to him.
Okay.
Mr. Jadala, with your permission, I'm going to bring Mr. Bullion in and take care of that file and move it out.
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Grant, just bear with me.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Jadala, your appearance for Mr. Todd Bullion.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bullion.
Mr. King, we do not have anybody in our waiting room that was not in there last time we had the discussion.
Your Honor, this is a similar situation as the situation we discussed with Mr. McCullough, and I am working with police to rectify. The issue is that the officer in charge of this case, who was subpoenaed, has left the Romulus Police and is now with the Huron Township Police. The subpoenas were sent to the Romulus Police, and I don't believe they were ever forwarded to Huron Township. Therefore, I don't believe my witnesses were notified of today's hearing. I would move for an adjournment in this matter.
And Your Honor, respectfully, much like the same objection I had in the last case, Your Honor, today's the date and time set for trial. The prosecution is unable to proceed. We respectfully request the dismissal. And Your Honor, if they want to take up this matter, they can always reissue.
Thank you. Mr. Bullion, I'm going to dismiss this file without prejudice. That means the prosecutor can bring it back up if they want. There's a bond on this file. 90% of that bond will be returned to the person that posted it. Do you have any questions, sir?
What about this tether? I'm still living
Tether?
in a residence that's not my own.
Tether, the file's closed. That means we'll release the tether.
Okay. And I have to, do I got to wait for paperwork for that, sir?
We'll have it done.
never
We'll
had
have
one,
it done
so I don't
today.
know.
You're going to have to go down to the jail where they put the tether on, but we'll do the paperwork ASAP.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Paula, could you have somebody start on the paperwork? All right, Mr.
Your
Bullion,
Honor-
you're all set, sir.
And Your Honor, it's been 15 minutes for Mr. Robinson. And again, I don't want to control your schedule. I'll just let you know if that's the same case for Mr. Robinson or not.
Let's see. Could you have somebody get started on that one to get it Mitt so we can get his tether off? Check. That one was scheduled at
2:30, Judge.
And it's 2:45. Let's wait a few on that one.
Okay, sounds good.
No problem. Mr. Bullion, you're all set, sir. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
And we're back on the record with Patillo. Miss Grant, you are still under oath. Are you still there?
Yes.
All right, Miss Grant, you're still under oath. I'm going to turn you over to Mr. Jadala. I'm sure he's got a few questions for you.
Okay.
Ms. Grant, I want to take you back to March 7th at 7808 Surrey Drive. You were there, correct, that you testified?
Yes, sir.
And there came a point when you were asked to leave, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Patillo asked you to leave the residence, correct?
Yes.
And you did leave, correct? You walked out and you left?
Yes. But I left a few items that I needed to retrieve.
I understand. Now, Mr. Patillo didn't want you to come back in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And he asked you not to come back in, correct?
Correct.
And you still tried to come back in, isn't that correct?
I didn't try to go back in. I would just walk up to the porch and ask, "Can he bring me my stuff?" Then, like, bring me my stuff.
Isn't it true that you opened the screen door and tried to force yourself back in?
No.
Isn't it true that's when he grabbed onto you and you guys got tangled up and fell off the stairs?
No, he was coming out. No.
Okay.
He was trying to come out, and that's when we began tussling and everything.
And when you say you were tussling, you grabbed onto him, isn't that correct?
Well, yeah, because he was coming out the house and he pushed me. So yes, that's how it all began. Yes.
Now, wasn't he pushing you to deny you entry into his home? Is that correct?
I wasn't trying to get.
Objection, Your Honor, this is calling for her to
Hold on,
speculate.
Miss Grant.
This is calling for her to speculate as to Mr. Patillo's state of mind.
I think the way it was worded, it did. So I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. Now, you both fell off the porch, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you please tell me, how did you land after you fell off the porch?
I landed after he pushed me off the porch. I landed like, flat back on the ground.
You guys were tangled together and both fell off the porch simultaneously, isn't that correct?
No. So he pushed me and I pulled him down with me. So I fell and he fell on top of me.
Now, after he fell on top of you and while you two both were on the floor, isn't it true that you were still swinging at him and punching him? Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct, because he was on top of me, choking me out. So I was trying to get him off of me, yes.
Isn't it true that he put his hand on your chest to stop you from hitting him and he wasn't choking you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, that's not.
She can testify to what he did, but not why he did it. We're asking Miss Grant to speculate as to the reasoning behind Mr. Patillo's actions.
Agreed. Different question, Mr. Jadala.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I have nothing further of this witness, Judge.
Mr. King, anything else for Miss Grant?
Nothing further from Miss Grant. I believe that we're concluded with her testimony.
Thank you for your time today, Ms. Grant.
Thank you.
Is she released or do you want me to?
Well,
put her
you know,
back
Miss
in
Grant
the
can be
waiting room?
released from her subpoena. I don't know if she'd like to stick around and watch the outcome of the trial, though. We only have Mr. Officer Tim left for the prosecution.
Ms. Grant, I'm going to mute you. You can feel free to leave whenever you want to.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. King, Officer Tim next.
Calling Officer Tim.
Officer, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. King.
Yeah, sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
Cameron Tim, CameronTimm.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm sorry.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Romulus Police Department
In what capacity?
as a police officer.
And how long have you been working for Romulus PD?
Just over a year, sir.
Okay. Were you working in March of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On what shift?
March of 2020, I was working on the afternoon shift.
Yeah, and I guess we have to be corrected there. You caught me March of 2020. We're not to March of this year yet. Okay. Sir, did there come a time when, bear with me, I switched files. Did there come a time on March the 8th of 2020 when you made contact with a Miss Destiny Grant?
Yes, sir.
And where did that contact take place, sir?
It was at the Romulus Police Department in the station.
All right. Did you have a chance to interview Miss Grant?
Yes, sir.
And how did she appear during the interview, sir?
I don't recall. Just as far as physical appearance goes, I recall that she had some injuries, some marks on her neck, her side, and her knee.
Okay. Did without going into what she said, what was the overall nature of the reason that Miss Grant had come to the Romulus Police Department?
She came to the police department to file an assault report against her boyfriend.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that you noted some injuries. Can you describe that for the court?
I remember she had some marks on her neck. I remember there were some lacerations on her knee and one of her sides, and then I also saw some blood on one of her pant legs.
Okay. Can you describe in a little more detail the markings on her neck?
Well, it's hard for me to recall. As I recall, I want to say I think they were bruises, but again, this was quite a while ago. I did include photographs of the marks.
Do you have the photographs with you, sir?
Not with me. They were included with the police report.
Okay, they were. Would it surprise you to learn they weren't sent to the prosecutor's office?
Nor defense. I'm sorry, Judge.
Nor defense.
Nor the court.
Nor the court.
So it's unanimous.
Okay. So you had mentioned aside from the markings on the neck, were there other injuries?
She had some lacerations on her side and her one of her knees.
Where specifically on her side?
To the best of my recollection, I think they were just above her hip. I don't recall which side of her body, though.
And what did you do after the interview, sir?
In terms of what?
In terms of you interviewed her?
Yes.
You documented these injuries?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So after I completed my report, I completed a warrant request packet to be submitted to the court.
Did you ever have any contact with Mr. Patillo?
I did not.
Did you ever have a contact with anybody else related to this incident?
I did not.
Okay. Is that the extent of your involvement then?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
None for the defense, Judge. None for the defense.
All right. Officer Tim, thank you for your time, sir. Be safe.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the people rest.
And Mr. Jadala
is muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, Judge. And Your Honor, and respectfully, at this time, I'd like to make a brief directed verdict motion if this court would entertain.
Sure, go ahead.
Your Honor, as you realize that this is a domestic violence charge, and a critical element to the domestic violence charge is to prove whether or not the two parties are either in a dating relationship, cohabitate, or have children in common. I believe that the alleged victim in this matter unequivocally stated that none of those three were present. She unequivocally testified on direct that they have not been in a dating relationship to 2019, that they do not live together, and I believe there's been no establishment that they have children in common. That being a critical element to carry a domestic violence charge, at this time, Your Honor, would ask for a directed verdict.
Your Honor,
Mr. King.
In response, I will say that the previous dating relationship was testified to by the complaining witness, although they were not currently dating. The fact that there was a previously existing dating relationship, which she did testify to going back to 2019, does qualify this as a domestic violence because it's had a dating relationship, not currently have a dating relationship.
Mr. Jadal, anything else?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Motion denied. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Witness from the defense.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a brief breakout room with Mr. Patillo, if possible.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
You know what, Mr. Patillo, give me a minute. Why don't we take care of Mr. Robinson? It's been 27 minutes since the victim was supposed to be in the waiting room. That's enough time.
Sounds good, Judge.
Oh, hold on. Somebody just came in. And then she's gone again. What's the victim's name on that file, Mr. King?
Miss Deja Davis, Your Honor.
Okay, I just had a lady named last name Carol that popped in and out real quick, so must not be for our room. All right, bring in Mr. Robinson in. Mr. Robinson, are you connected, sir?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jadala, your appearance for Mr. Robinson.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. Mr. King.
Yes, Your Honor, the people are not able to proceed at this time. Our complaining witness, Miss Deja Davis, is not present. However, there's been some issues with communication between our office and the police department, and it's unclear if Miss Davis was ever served with a subpoena or was ever provided with notice of today's court date. For those reasons, I would move for an adjournment.
Understood. Mr. Jadala.
And Your Honor, today is the date and time set for trial. The prosecution is unable to proceed. We'd ask for a dismissal in this matter.
Granted, Mr. Robinson, this is a dismissal without prejudice. That means that the prosecutor could recharge. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, if they recharge, how will I be notified, or how does that work? I don't know how this works.
Well, let me confirm your address. We're showing you on Fairway Point.
Yes.
I've got a phone number for you, 313-790-7479.
That's mine, Judge. That's my number, Judge.
Jadala's number.
How do we get that on there? Do you have a phone number, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, 313.
Yes, sir.
687.
687.
2889.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions, Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, you said it could be reopened. Is there like a time frame, or it could just be 10 years down the line it could be reopened?
Trust me, it won't be 10 years down the line. If this doesn't happen in the next couple months, it's not going to happen.
All right. Appreciate it. That's no more questions.
Have a nice day, sir. Paula, could you put Mr. Patillo and his attorney in a breakout?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to mute myself briefly while that happens.
Sure.
Your Honor, I have an officer I need to call.
No problem. And I will remove Mr. Robinson.
Judge?
Girl snacking her gum or eating or whatever, and then.
The one that was adjourned until after April because of the Capital Hills downtown. Remember, he kept asking about how the victim could drop the no contact. Well, she's got her on the phone. What do you want her to do? Contact Darian or Dorian or whatever her name is?
Problem is I don't need to prosecute, but I need Shaw and I need, is that Ballard?
Yeah, because he was going to talk to him. Yeah.
Right.
Because he was going to call him and talk to him because he said he thought it was better if he didn't ask these questions.
Yeah, why don't you see if you can just get Paul phone number. See if you can hold Jeff and say, look, we got this woman on the phone. We'll try to put her on Zoom real quick. And do you have a minute? I got to sign to pick
I'm still trying to do it. Okay, what is your phone number? And what's your name?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Judge?
All right, fellas, back on the record with Mr. Patillo's file. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and witnesses from the defense.
And Your Honor, respectfully, I've advised Mr. Patillo that he has an absolute right not to testify here and it cannot be used against him. Mr. Patillo would like to proceed and testify. Isn't that correct, Mr. Patillo?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Patillo, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Nothing but the truth, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jadali, your witness.
Mr. Patillo, I want to take you back to March 7, 2020 at 7808 Siri Drive. Were you there?
Yes, sir.
And what is at 7808 Siri Drive?
That's my mother address where I was residing at the time.
Okay. And you lived there with your mother?
Correct.
Did anybody else live there?
At the time, my stepdad, but he's deceased now.
Okay. Was a Destiny Grant at 7808 Siri Drive on March 7, 2020?
Yes, she was.
Did there come a time when you asked her to leave your home?
Yes.
And Do you recall what time it was when you asked her to leave?
It was around 8:30ish, perhaps.
And why did you ask her to leave?
Because I went through her phone, as she stated, seeing some stuff I didn't like, and I asked her to leave. It was my birthday as well, so me and her was working out, and I just felt like no.
When you asked her to leave, did she leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she leave? Did she leave through the front door?
Yeah, she left out the front door.
Okay. And did you watch her leave?
I actually walked her to her vehicle. I walked her to her vehicle. Like she was stating, I was ranting, cussing, shouting. I was mad. I can agree. But I did walk her out to her vehicle, and I walked back inside the house. And as I
hold on one second, Mr. Patillo.
Sorry about that, gentlemen. Yeah, Mr. Jadala, just want to let you know we're emailing the register of action down so your guy can get his GPS tether off.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Patillo, for the interruption.
You're fine. But as I was stating, I was walking back inside the house. I seen that she was walking back up to the house, and she said that she left her belongings, her purse and her credit card.
When she told you she left her belongings, were you already back inside the house?
Yes, I was right there with the screen door open.
Okay, and she left. Did she leave her car to come back inside? Did you see that?
Yes. And I told her you cannot come back inside, and she was like, "Boy, move, get out my way." But I already asked my mom to grab it. Like she said, my mom was already trying to de-escalate the problem. So my mom was trying to grab it, and she assumed that because I was mad that I was going to throw her stuff, which I still never threw any of her stuff. But she was assuming that I was going to throw it. So as she was walking up to the house trying to come back inside.
Your Honor, I was muted. I'm objecting to she assumed. Again, one witness is testifying as to the mental state of another witness.
You asked her where was
Mr. Patillo, Mr. Patillo, we're just asking a different way. So when you were inside the home and you saw her coming back, did she try to come in the home?
Yes, she tried to come inside the home. The only time I put my hands on her was to push her outside my doorway. And when I was pushing her, me and her both fell. I actually have a photo right here of my house. So this is my house, and I got bricks in front of my house. So when she pushed me, me and her both fell, and we fell on top of them bricks. The bricks split in half, and she sustained injuries. I sustained injuries. It wasn't just a one-way thing. I fell on top of her. Me and her both fell.
What happened after you fell?
When I fell, she was grabbing on me with her nails in me, as she stated. My hand was pressed on her chest, but not choking her. It was pressed on her chest. I was trying to get up. And as I got up, I went back inside the house, and she went her own separate way. As far as where her belongings went, it could have possibly fell right then and there, because when I pushed her, I don't even know if I have her belongings in my hand at the time or if my mom still had it. I really don't recall. But
I just want to get something straight. When you say you pushed Miss Grant, is that because she was trying to go through you into the home?
Correct. And another thing, see, I didn't know that this case was going to go this far, because me and her was still dealing with each other after the fact. And she told me she wasn't going to even take this to court. But if I would have known I was going to take this to court, I had a witness. I had a witness, which was my mother, and I got a camera on my front doorstep. So if I would have known, like, that would have been the perfect evidence to use, because it was a whole camera that recorded everything. Right. I don't have to.
Please limit your answers to questions I ask, okay?
Okay.
So at any point after you fell and you got up, did you grab Miss Grant and throw her at any time?
No.
Was there any, after you went inside, was there any other, on that day, any other contact with Miss Grant?
No, I don't believe so. We probably text, but that was it. I don't recall.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. King, your witness.
So, Mr. Patillo, had you been with Miss Grant throughout the day on March the 7th?
Yes.
Had she left your house and then came back?
Yes.
Okay. And did she give you permission to go through her phone?
Yes. She said she gave it to me to look at a message.
Okay. And you saw some messages that made you upset.
Correct.
And you admit that you were angry, right?
I was angry, but I not once have I put my
Yelling,
hand beforehand.
yelling and screaming.
That's tolerable. I can use my words.
So you asked her to leave.
I did, and she did.
She left.
Correct.
She said, I forgot some things in the house.
Which is fine. I'll bring it to you.
So you had testified here that that you walked back inside and you were holding the screen door open. Is that right?
I walked inside, I opened the door, and I closed the door, but she tried to open it back. And when she opened it back, I pushed her because it's like you're trying to force your way inside my house.
You said on direct that you were holding the screen door open. Is that right?
I mean,
Okay.
I didn't really finish saying everything I had to say because y'all be so quick to talk. But yes, I was at the screen door trying to see why she was coming back. She said she left her stuff. I said, that's fine. My mom will grab it. I closed the door. She like, boy, watch out. I grab my own stuff. She tried to open the door and brush past me.
I want you to answer the questions that you were asked. You admit that you pushed her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two of you fell, correct?
Correct.
And she was on the bottom.
Yes,
and you were on the top.
Yes, like she stated, she pulled me. She fell on her back, and I landed on top of her because she pulled me out the door.
And you admit that while you were on top of her, your hand was on her chest and you were applying pressure.
Not that much pressure, as she stated as well. She even stated that it wasn't that much pressure.
But again, I'm not asking you to recite her testimony. She testified, judge heard it. I'm asking you to clarify your testimony.
I was just trying to lift my body up off the ground. I was on top of her, so I mean, it happened so quick. So
Your
for me
Honor,
to say,
I don't have any further questions.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
All right, give me a minute, gentlemen. Okay, Mr. Jadala, any redirect for Mr. Patillo? You're muted.
No redirect, Judge.
All right. Any other witnesses for the defense?
None.
Why wasn't no one asked me, like, do you want to present any witness?
Mackenzie, those go to Heather. Thank you.
Well, like I was not notified. Like nobody. I mean, I understand that everything is getting done through Zoom, and you know it's kind of tedious to everybody. But I was not informed that I can bring a witness, or if I had any evidence that I wanted to bring forward. I mean, as far as the camera footage, I don't stay there anymore, so I understand I probably came and bring that forward. But my mother, she was the main witness. That was the only person that was there. So I feel like with me and Destiny, it's a lot of he say, she say. But there was one party that wasn't involved that should have a clear, memory of what happened that day just as well. And my mom, she's not going to just pick sides between me and Destiny because my mom knew Destiny from working at the daycare. So my mom got a good history and a relationship with Destiny as well.
All right,
But
Mr. Patillo, this trial date has been set for over 2 months. And are you honestly trying to tell me that you didn't realize that at trial is when you want witnesses?
this is my first time ever going to trial in regards to any type of case.
And you never watched a TV show?
I mean, when I was talking to my attorney, like I told him, I'm like, this case is not even about to get brought forward. Me and Destiny were still dealing with each other after the fact. She told me she wasn't even going to deal with it. But me and her got into more issues after the fact. So that's what led her to probably wanting to proceed with this case. But if I would have known that we was going to still be proceeding with this case, because like I said, me and her don't even talk no more. But
if I would have known,
let's stop right there because we're getting way out in the weeds. Any redirect, Mr. Jadala?
None, Judge.
All right. Any further witnesses, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
I'm ready for closing unless you have rebuttal, Mr. King.
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right. Closing arguments.
Your Honor, people request the, you've heard the testimony of Miss Destiny Grant, who described the day in question. She was over at the complainant's house. They had a previous dating relationship that ended in 2019, but remained friends. That previous dating relationship does qualify this under the domestic violence statute, as we discussed earlier. She was at his house. She has a regular habit of going to his house. She testified that she's there quite often. There was a fight regarding some text messages on her phone. The defendant, by his own words, admits that he was upset. He was highly upset about these text messages. He asked the complainant to leave. She left, but forgot her debit card and another item. She returned to the home, to the steps. She walked from her car to the steps. It's not like she left and came back hours later. She walked from her car to the steps and requested her items. And that on that steps, in the entryway of the home, is where this fight occurred. Now, the defendant has got a couple of different stories here. We've heard that Miss Grant was holding the door open, but we also heard the defendant state that he was the one holding the screen door open. I believe we can agree that the screen door was being held open while his mother was retrieving these items. And at that point in time, the defendant admits he pushed Miss Grant off the porch, causing both of them to fall. Miss Grant grabbed at him. I would posit to the court that that's a logical response, attempting to stabilize oneself, to grab for whatever's available as you're falling backwards. Then we get to the ground. Miss Grant is underneath the defendant. The defendant is on top of her, and the defendant continues to use his body weight and his hand to hold Miss Grant down before ultimately letting Miss Grant up. Then Miss Grant testified further that once she was up, the defendant again attacked her, picking her up and throwing her back to the ground. You heard the testimony of the officers who stated that there were marks on Miss Grant's neck, consistent with her version of events, being choked, not being held by the chest, and that there were marks on Miss Grant's side, consistent with her story of being thrown to the ground on her side following the initial fall to the ground where she landed on her back. If the initial fall to the ground was on her back and there was no second fall to the ground, how do we get the marks on her side?
Did you not say that the bricks was right there?
Your Honor, the evidence in this case supports clearly Miss Grant's version of events. The officer's observations support Miss Grant's version of events. Mr. Patillo has, honestly, the court has to pass on credibility. And Your Honor is familiar with the jury instruction when it comes to credibility. And one of the things that you look at in the jury instruction is the person's mannerisms in court. Did they argue with the defendant? Did they argue with the prosecution? How were they in answering questions? So if we take the fact that the external evidence observed by the officer is more consistent with Miss Grant's story than with Mr. Patillo's story, and then we take into account Mr. Patillo's the way he answered questions, the inconsistency of the questions, I believe that the credibility lies with Miss Grant. I think the evidence clearly shows that the defendant attacked Miss Grant. He wanted her gone. He was mad at her for these text messages. He didn't want to see her anymore. He pushed her off the porch. He fell down on top of her. And then once she got up, he put her down again. Your Honor, I'd ask the court to return a verdict of guilty of domestic violence in this case. You're muted, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jadala.
And Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, what is consistent with both Mr. Grant and Ms. Patillo's testimony is that the situation was kind of at ease. And Mrs. Grant had the opportunity to leave, and she did leave. She was in her car, and she had left the situation. Your Honor, when you assess the credibility and you assess the testimony, there was no type of physical altercation until Ms. Grant returned. It's been the testimony that you've heard here from Mr. Patillo that she returned dead set on re-entering the home. Regardless of assurances, her items were being brought to her. And Mr. Grant, Mr. Patillo only touched Ms. Grant to prevent her from coming in. And the testimony also shows that she grabbed, and she's admitted that she pushed on Mr. Grant. She grabbed Mr. Grant, and they both fell to the floor, fell off the porch. She unequivocally testified, just like Mr. Patillo testified, that she grabbed him. He didn't try to push her off the porch. They fell off the porch. Now, once they fell off the porch, they're both on the floor. They're both significantly hurt. They're both trying to get up. Mr. Patillo didn't deny he was on top of her. He denies the version of the events that she was being choked out or he attempted to hit her. Actually, she was grabbing on him and hitting him, and he just tried to get up. He denies that after he got up originally, that there was any other altercation or any other physical assault on Mrs. Grant. Judge, of course, Mr. King has the benefit of an officer testifying what he saw Mr. Grant. The officer also testified he never got in contact with Mr. Patillo, never asked Mr. Patillo his version of the events, and never took a picture of Mr. Patillo's injuries. There were injuries here on both parties. Both parties fell, Your Honor. This was something that started off as Mr. Patillo denying your entry into his own home, to his own property, which he has the absolute right to do. And then there was a situation in which they both fell. It seems as if at the most, Mr. Patillo was defending himself and his property, and at least it was mutual combat, not a domestic violence situation here. And when you assess credibility, Your Honor, Mrs. Grant, Your Honor, of course, she testified in the light most favorable to herself and presented the evidence in the light most favorable to herself. Mr. Patillo, although maybe he was combative at some times, Your Honor, he's being accused of a crime here. And of course, his demeanor may be a little rough, but it's rough because he's being accused of a crime with a person that he thought that he had a good relationship even after this incident, and it's come as a complete shock that she's testifying against him and testifying to the facts and the bent that she's testifying to these facts. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Patillo's testimony was absolutely credible, and I believe that you need to find him not guilty on account of domestic violence.
Thank you. I think that's the most you've ever said. Mr. King, any?
There's no dispute that the two were at the residence. There's no dispute that she left at the request of Mr. Patillo when he became upset. There's no dispute that she attempted to come back to the residence to gather belongings. There's no dispute that an argument occurred on the porch. However, Mr. Patillo was the one that pushed Miss Grant off the porch. He made that initial aggressive contact, pushing her off the porch and falling on top of her. He then held her down against her will. Once she finally came back up, he threw her back to the ground again. This is beyond defending property, beyond defending self. He acted aggressively towards her on at least 2 occasions. And the external evidence that was testified to as the officers support Miss Grant's story. If he held her down by the chest, how did she get marks on the neck? If they both fell backwards and there was no more being thrown to the ground, how did she get marks on the side? Your Honor, Miss Grant's story is the one that rings most true here, and I ask the court return a guilty verdict.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. These he said, she said, always come out to credibility. And Mr. King, I agree with you. Mr. Patillo got a little heated. That weighs against his credibility. Miss Grant was very cavalier to the point where I think she's been having dinner for the last 15 minutes while we're doing a trial. That weighs against her credibility. And when I add it all up, what I'm left with is reasonable doubt. Mr. Patillo, you are not guilty. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. May you and your staff have a wonderful day. I believe that concludes the docket.
Thank you.
It does.
And Your Honor, if there were any bonds by Mr. Patillo, we just asked for the return of bonds.
No bonds. And Mr. King, nice to see you again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Miss Grant, you heard the judge's ruling, correct?
Yes, I heard it. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying today, Mr.
No problem. It's just shocking that this keeps happening. But as far as the PPO, can you still send the
I'm gonna have Miss Thatcher from First Step reach out to you still, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge, did you want Larry on for the Bowditch? Yeah, I've got it. I think you have to just zoom in and I can bring you in. No, I have a feeling that she's with him. Just a feeling.
Paul, you need me to stick around?
Just for a minute, Larry. We heard from the complainant on Shaw from earlier today. And we've got Mr. Bowditch, Mr. Shaw, and we're trying to get a hold of her again.
Will you make me co-host so I can?
Jeff, we're trying to get a hold of the complainant, but she's not answering her phone. Paula left her a voicemail.
All right, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Shaw is trying to get in, if he's not in the waiting room already.
He is, but he needs
We're trying to get him connected. But we're not going to be able to do anything if we don't get the complainant. What's the lady's name, Paula?
Christinthia.
Say again.
Christinthia is her first name.
Last name.
I think it was Carol. That was the one that.
Yeah.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I want to make sure I have the file in front of me, Your Honor. What's the name on this case? The defendant's name?
Mr. Shaw.
Sorry, Judge.
It's all right. Jeff, if you got a phone number, you might want to call him because he's not getting connected.
Here he is. He's showing up now.
That's him, Your Honor.
He's connected.
Mr. Shaw, you connected?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Shaw, I thought we had a plan to address your bond, but we can't get a hold of Miss Carol. We've tried to call her repeatedly. We've left a voicemail for her, trying to get her on Zoom, and she's not responding.
I didn't hear you.
Pardon me?
I didn't hear the first part you said.
I said I thought we were going to address your bond conditions, but we can't get a hold of Miss Carol. We've called her repeatedly. We've left a voicemail for her. We can't get her on Zoom or on a speakerphone. So as I told you
my
earlier
system is
today-
lagging. I hear you though. But
As I told you earlier today, until I hear from her, I'm not changing.
I'm sorry.
the bond. I'm not going to do this, Jeff. You want to try to get him on speakerphone?
Yeah, I think Mr.
I'm sorry,
Shaw
I can't-
has that connection.
Yeah, I
can't-
can, Judge.
I can't.
Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, I hear. I couldn't really understand.
I removed him, Jeff. See if you can get him on the speakerphone.
All right.
I heard it.
Mr. Shaw. I know. It's a bad connection with the court. We're going to try to do this over a speaker. All right. So I'm going to put you on speaker. Now I'm on Zoom with the court, with the prosecutor. Everybody can hear what we're talking about. So I'm going to put you on Zoom and then we'll go from there. But the initial question the judge is going to have is, we can't get a hold of Miss Carol. So I'm going to put you on speaker. All right, Mr. Shaw, can you hear me? The court is having a hard time getting hold of Miss Carol.
Mr. Shaw, can you hear me?
It sounds like you're far away, but I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Shaw, Miss Carol contacted the court. One of the clerks gave us her phone number. We attempted to get her on Zoom so we could have a conversation about bond. We've left messages. We just tried to call her again and it went to voicemail. I can't do anything without contacting or making contact with her.
In Your Honor, if Miss Carroll's information can be passed, or if Miss Carroll can be passed along Miss Fortier's information, I'm sure Miss Fortier could have a discussion with her and Mr. Bowditch, and maybe there could be a potential stipulation.
Good solution.
Or hearing.
Yep.
But I think without having contact with her,
I'm not going to do anything. Yep. So what we'll do, I'm sure Paula's got Miss Fortier's email address. She can send that phone number on. And if we hear from Miss Carroll, we'll pass the phone number as well. Paula, that work?
You understand,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Shaw?
Yes, sir, I do. I can take care of that.
Everything he said, but I heard him say he couldn't contact her.
Well, I'm going to take him off Zoom for a second. Mr. Shaw, we're off speaker, but they're going to, Miss Fortier is going to try to get in. Now, she's the prosecutor, not the gentleman on the screen. There's another lady, Miss Fortier. And we're going to give Miss Carroll, we're going to try to get to Miss Carroll the contact information for Miss Fortier, and she can call her and then address it that way.
also including a note to Miss Fortier to call her. So
yeah, if
Thanks,
she,
Larry.
yeah, if she can convince Miss Fortier that the no contact order should be amended to no assaultive contact, then she will pass that on to the court. And I believe with her information, the judge will approve it. Well, you know, they have to have a conversation. As it sits right now, I got me and a judge and a prosecutor sitting here, and nobody's talked to Miss Carroll. We seem to be saying what she's going to say, but nobody's talked to her. Somebody has to physically speak with her, and she has to say what she wishes to say. Now, it'd be nice if we could do that with the judge right here. That ain't happening. And the judge is not going to sit around all day.
Correct.
But the second thing, choice B, is that she get a hold of Miss Fortier, and Miss Fortier will find out a way to do this. All right? Now, I understand you're not having any contact, so this is a difficult process right now. But eventually get that message to Miss Carroll, however you can, and then if she contacts Miss Fortier,
Let us do that, Jeff.
Don't tell your client to contact the victim. We will contact her.
Yeah.
Dare you?
all right, now you heard that, Mr. Shaw.
She's got a voicemail to call Paula. We're gonna
Nope,
pass
now, we
the
have
number
to
on to the
continue.
prosecutor.
We have to continue the no contact order. I gave you some errant advice there. We have to continue that. So you don't contact her, the court will contact her. All right? Yeah, yes. If the judge grants the order, then Miss Fortier can call you, and that's how you'll know. Or not Miss Fortier, Miss Carroll. All right? Now let's thank the judge because he's working on this when he doesn't have to be. He said, "Thank you, Judge."
We're all set then. Have a good day,
All right.
gentlemen.
And I have.
Give me a call, Mr. Shaw, if you have questions.
I've sent a summary of everything that occurred today to Ms. Fortier, and she's the prosecutor of record. And I included in that a note requesting that she reach out to the complaining witness in Mr. Shaw's case. So hopefully they'll be able to touch base. And I know that if Ms. Fortier is able to speak with her, she can be in touch with you, Mr. Bowditch, and you guys can take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.